guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
The pictures revealing a room with a dentist chair and masks along the wall. A library with a large chalkboard with words blacked out by the Democrats on the committee.
House Democrats have released video and photos of so-called Epstein Island.
Reports say they provide a detailed look at some of the rooms inside Jeffrey Epstein's Virgin Island estate. One room is said to have a dentist chair with masks on the walls, and another shows a library with the words power, music, and deception written on a blackboard with other words blacked out. Democrats on the House Oversight Committee released the videos and photos, which were taken by U.S. Virgin Island authorities. There are no people pictured, but there are redacted images of the late convicted sex offender's phone list. I'm Jacqueline Carl.
Hundreds of Border Patrol agents are in New Orleans as part of a federal law enforcement operation.
Federal agents are rounding up groups of migrant workers across the Big Easy, where agents in unmarked vehicles have been seen at locations where day laborers commonly gather. A Border Patrol commander says several hundred personnel will remain in New Orleans until the mission is accomplished. The governor wants operations to continue through Mardi Gras. The mayor-elect is less supportive. I'm Rory O'Neill.
The U.S. is halting all immigration applications from 19 non-European nations.
The Trump administration said on Tuesday it was pausing all green cards and U.S. citizenship applications from the 19 countries over national security and public safety concerns. Countries on the list include Afghanistan, Somalia, Venezuela, Haiti, and Iran. The move comes after an immigrant from Afghanistan was accused of shooting 2 National Guard members last month, not far from the White House. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Stocks closed mixed.
At the close, the Dow Jones Industrial Average was down 31. The S&P 500 gained 7. The Nasdaq rose 51. I'm Larry Kofsky.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
California Governor Gavin Newsom is smoothing things over with actress Halle Berry after she blasted him for twice vetoing a menopause health bill.
Berry said Newsom won't be governor forever and shouldn't be president. Hours later, his office released a statement saying the governor admired Berry for her position on this critical issue and that he vetoed the bill because it would have raised health care costs for millions of women and working families. Just one day later, his team said the menopause proposal is in next year's budget and that the actress just didn't know it before her speech. I'm Sharon Reardon.
Delta Airline CEO Ed Bastian is optimistic about the holiday travel season despite losses during the federal government shutdown.
Bastian told investors Wednesday that Christmas and New Year's look strong, while the Sunday after Thanksgiving broke the Atlanta-based airline's record for most bookings in a day. The shutdown cost Delta roughly $200 million due to cancellations and flight cuts from the FAA. The airline is still, though, expected to make $5 billion in profits this year. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Thanksgiving is over. It's time to get full on into Christmas. But before you get to decorating, there is a new trend this year.
According to House Beautiful, holiday decorations this year are going tacky. They say the uglier the better. To be on trend, reach for full-on 70s metallic ornaments. Everything mismatched, rainbow lights, and tinsel. Lots of tinsel. The thinking behind this year's tacky Christmas trend is a throwback to nostalgia of our childhood. Simple, colorful, no rules, and somehow it could be just right. I'm Bree Tennis.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
microphone, I do believe it is that time once again. All right, back in the saddle, here we are. About to wrap up the work week. And we welcome you aboard as we will transition into the Friday edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios as we turn the page on the calendar. Day number 5 in the month of December. If my math is correct, it's 20 days till Christmas. All right, so welcome aboard. Good to be back with you live. It's been kind of a whirlwind last couple of days for myself and the family. But good to be back with you. Thanks for your patience. Thanks for your understanding. Thanks for all the words of comfort. As they say, difficult times. Yeah, well, everybody has to go through it at some point in their life, but my. It's a cold night outside the secret bunker. We had been talking about the polar vortex. And we're going to be dealing with several rounds of the polar vortex over the next couple weeks. Shall we say round number 1 is getting underway. Yeah, we're going to be looking at some of the sub-zero temperatures impacting especially northern tier of the country. Better be treating that fuel. Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment with winter defense. And if you need a stronger dose, you can still purchase the actual anti-gel, the Hot Shot Secret winter anti-gel individually. It's a bit more powerful, if you know what I mean. But let's start with the polar vortex. Here it is. It is taking up a position near Hudson Bay, Canada, and it will be directing rounds of Arctic air southward from the North Pole all the way into parts of the central and eastern states, probably through the middle of December here. These are waves of Arctic air, with each round triggering, well, it could be flurries, it could be snow squalls in some areas. We could see some full-fledged winter storms with accumulating snow impacting parts of the country. But this is going to deliver, as I mentioned, sub-zero temperatures from the Dakotas in Minnesota to Iowa and Nebraska. By far the lowest temperatures we've seen so far for much of the rest of the central states and the Northeast. These Arctic air outbreaks can be attributed to the displacement of the polar vortex. Now, this week's outbreak, the first of probably 3 such rounds. Another blast next week, a third the week after that. These waves will lead to significant surges in energy demand, trying to stay warm. But the setup here for headed into the weekend is going to require full midwinter clothing and outerwear. You're going to have to bundle up, cover those exposed areas of skin. In areas where ski resorts haven't received any significant natural snow, obviously snowmaking operations will be in full swing to gear up for the ski season. In our area, we actually do have a ski area known as Perfect North Slopes. They've been producing the man-made snow after picking up about 5 inches of the natural stuff earlier in the week. Today, Friday, is opening day for Perfect North Slopes. Early morning temperatures this past morning were below zero into the single digits in much of the northern plains and the upper Midwest. Wind chills 20, 25 degrees lower than the actual air temperature. With the breeze and patchy cloud cover, that may keep temperatures above the season's lowest to date for parts of the southeast, especially down into Florida. Well, at least until next week. Still, rounds of cold will bring the risk of hard freezes to the interior of the southeastern USA. Those who haven't completed winterizing your homes, your water lines, had the furnace checked, heating oil, propane ordered, do that ASAP. The first Arctic front's going to sweep off the northeast coast here overnight. Thursday night, we'll see some snow showers and heavier snow squalls accompanying the front across parts of New York and New England. After a frigid Thursday night, Friday morning, Head from the Ohio Valley and the Great Lakes to the northeast. Gusty winds will add to the harshness in the northeast. Some of the traditional cold spots over the interior northeast will be well below zero before the sun comes up Friday morning. Temperatures may dip to near 20 below zero in the Adirondacks of northeast New York. Brr. The temperatures well down into the teens, say in Boston later this morning. Widespread lows into the 20s from New York City to Washington, D.C. Exactly how the cold push interacts with the storm over the southern U.S. will determine the extent of accumulating snow and slippery conditions, icy conditions versus just plain old rain overnight on into Friday evening. Over the weekend, the advance of a new batch of Arctic air will contribute to a new swath of snow from the northern half of the plains to the Midwest. Snow will accumulate in areas that were blanketed by moderate to heavy snow just a week ago. Whether you're traveling by road or by air, be prepared for potential delays. Some school delays could see early dismissals or cancellations taking place. Old Man Winter is really getting a grip early on us here in this season. It's only December. Come on now. I hope this is not a sign of things to come. All right, we do have some slippery conditions occurring tonight as we speak. Eastern Kentucky, northeastern Tennessee, right about Bristol, looking at the radar. Bristol, Tennessee is kind of the cutoff. Heavier rain to the south, heavier snow further to the north. Some heavy banding of snow there in western portions of Virginia, south central and eastern portions of West Virginia. The snow extending all the way over toward Richmond. Snow should be beginning to fall as we speak. According to AccuWeather, they've been monitoring for over a week now, tapping in this moisture that brought a swath of accumulating snow this past day, stretching from portions of Oklahoma, Missouri, and Arkansas. Now moves into the northeast, New Jersey, southeastern New York, and southern New England through the upcoming day. There's going to be plenty of cold air in place ahead of this storm, so much of the precip is going to fall as snow or ice along the northern edge. The biggest question for now as the storm gets underway, how far north might the snow spread before it runs into overwhelmingly dry air? We're most confident snow will be falling in the mountains of Kentucky, Tennessee, North Carolina, and Virginia. Snow will also spread toward Washington, D.C., potentially causing slick roads on Friday. Not out of the question we could see a bit of snow in Philadelphia Friday morning through the midday hours. Could make for a brief period of slick travel there. It's also possible the snow remains just south of the Maryland, Pennsylvania, Delaware borders. So motorists in Roanoke, Harrisonburg, Richmond, Virginia, look forward to a snowy drive overnight into your Friday morning. In that zone, the anticipation 2 to 4 inches of snow. Many of the highways in Virginia and northern North Carolina are going to be slick. The fast movement of the storm would limit the amount of snow and ice, thank goodness. But, of course, even a thin glaze of ice with a coating of snow could lead to hazardous conditions, obviously, on the highways. Travel delays due to precautionary de-icing operations at some of the airports. Of course, Friday becomes a very busy air travel day at any time of the year. Could see some delays from Washington, D.C., Baltimore, Philadelphia, New York City. Snow may be in the air at times in New York City from Friday afternoon to early Friday night. Probably going to struggle to accumulate on the ground there. While Virginia and the Delmarva Peninsula will be at the center of the storm's snow, a nearly 1,000-mile-long stretch of icy conditions will extend from the Mississippi River to along the border of North Carolina and Virginia. So if you're traveling across the Mid-Atlantic and Tennessee Valley today, Friday and Friday night, be prepared for some of those wintry conditions. All right, great to have you on board. Hope your week's gone well as we now head into the weekend. We'll check in with some of our friends joining us this early Friday via Facebook, YouTube, and elsewhere just ahead. 844-844-3388, the number to dial us up live, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, all the action is not necessarily in the eastern USA. Mother Nature has a few surprises for the folks in the northwestern tier of the country. And according to the headline, flooding rains for some area, and it does not say feet of snow. It says potentially yards of snow. Oh, wow. Big time. All right, we'll break that down for you coming up here momentarily. First, hello to Philly Dan, who says TGIF. Hope everybody has a great weekend. Steve, hope everything's okay with you. Yeah, thank you very much. Hello to the Mudslinger. Tank is in the house. Morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Sorry to hear about your uncle there, Steve. Continuing to pray for you and the family. 29 degrees in Hinton, Oklahoma tonight. As we head back toward the home 20 via Memphis. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day and a great weekend. Hello, Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down 23 degrees in Harriman. Sorry for your loss. Sending prayers there. Thank you, Larry. Norman finally made it home. Finally got out of Colorado. Ultimately got the wiring harness replaced. Took us 2 weeks and $5,000. That's all it took. Then we got snowed in for 2 extra days. I'm glad to be home. All right. Marianne saying hello to all the listening friends out there. Shorty on board. I'm praying for you, Steve. I-77 northbound of the North Carolina-Virginia line. 40 degrees at this hour. We are Columbus bound, but yes, we are already in snow. Looks like we're going to be in it right through Virginia and West Virginia on I-77. Yep, and in some areas, it's flat out putting it down. Yeah, definitely reduced visibility. You're going to be in those slick conditions. I don't know, does it get to that point where you say, we might have to just park this for a few hours? All right, on to Jeffrey there in southern Florida. Morning, Steve. Welcome back. Good to have you with us. Roy checks in from Northwest Illinois. Let me see. It is 1 below zero. Now, we're supposed to be at 9 below by daybreak. Brr. There's your polar vortex, indeed. Sub-zero temperatures coming your way. Michael joins us. What's up, people? A buck-eyed boy. Where are we at? Ackworth, Georgia. A rainy night. Yes, another rainy night in Georgia. 41 degrees. Thoughts and prayers with you and your family, Steve. My delivery and pickup Wednesday in New Orleans went well. Had to deliver what I brought back yesterday, and now I'm going to be off for a little while. Kind of getting anxious for the Buckeyes game, the big championship, Big Ten championship coming up versus Indiana Saturday. Yeah, prime time, Saturday night at 8 o'clock Eastern, I believe. That's the number 1 and number 2 in the rankings will be facing off for the Big Ten championship. They're a good team. We're going to have to play a mistake-free game with great defense. All right, have a great night, great weekend. Everybody be careful out there, and go Buckeyes. Chris checking in with 12 degrees in Cleveland. All right, it's a dry night. Is Hollywood still around? I just wanted to ask. No, Hollywood, he passed away. You know how time flies. I'm thinking about a year ago. And, yep, so his better half is, yes, still with us. But, all right, prayers for them. Around the country, 844-844-3388. Numerous things have occurred since we last had a chance to chat. Tuesday morning, obviously. The 10 Roads group of companies. I've seen some saying this may be the largest trucking operation shut down since the demise of Yellow Corporation. The 10 Roads Group, one of the largest U.S. mail haulers, has announced they're going to wind down all operations over the next 60 days, cease service to the U.S. Postal Service by January 30th, citing steep revenue losses tied to some major Postal Service network changes. In a statement to FreightWaves, the company said they faced continued significant headwinds across the transportation sector, compounded by the fundamental operational shifts at the Postal Service over the past 2 years. Those changes include increased use of brokers, the insourcing of transportation work, a trend that 10 Roads said had resulted in a 70% loss of revenue, with expectations of further declines. According to company officials, our industry has been navigating unprecedented challenges, and despite the dedication of our employees and leadership, the realities of the industry have become impossible to overcome. This decision, they say, was not made lightly. We are grateful for the years of dedicated commitment and professionalism from the entire team. Now, they did say additional communication about the wind down will be shared with stakeholders over the coming days. The company, which has provided mail haul transportation to the U.S. Postal Service for more than 47 years, said they have formally notified the Postal Service of their intent to discontinue service. We remain appreciative of our long-standing relationship with the Postal Service, and we are committed to a smooth transition. It's been a turbulent year for 10 Roads Express. They had been locked in a labor dispute with the Teamsters. A multi-state strike that started in February involved several hundred unionized drivers. Company officials said the labor dispute with the Teamsters was resolved in June, and that, they say, did not factor into this decision. Employees informed of the impending closure in an internal memo, stating that the company would continue normal operations through January 30th. But according to the Search Carriers dashboard, inside of Sonar there at Freightwave. 10 roads had 2,462 trucks and employed some 2,606 truck drivers. Yeah, this, here it says here, indeed represents the largest trucking shutdown since Yellow filed bankruptcy in 2023. Closure could have significant impact on postal line haul operations, especially with their failed recent attempt to eliminate the non-domiciled CDLs from their carrier operations. That's a pretty big deal. Meanwhile, coming up, we'll give the details where CRST, another well-known operation, has clarified what had been an anonymous report that they're reducing some of their over-the-road trucking operations, originally reported by a source connected with the company, but they indeed have now confirmed and clarified the news in an email to Freightwaves on Wednesday night. Again, more details ahead. First, get behind the wheel of a new truck with TEL's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tel360.com today. All right, back after a news break, rolling into a Friday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Officials say Brian Cole Jr. has been arrested for allegedly planting the pipe bombs near the Republican and Democratic headquarters on January 6th of 2021.
He has been charged with violating 18 U.S.C. 844, which is use of an explosive device.
Attorney General Pam Bondi says the Virginia man was taken into custody and criticized the Biden administration for delays. FBI Director Kash Patel says the bombs were viable and the case is now solved. Lawmakers say no-kill orders were issued in U.S. strikes on suspected Venezuelan narco boats, despite earlier reports. Democrat Representative Jim Hines says he was disturbed by video of the September 2nd incident.
2 individuals in clear distress, without any means of locomotion, with a destroyed vessel, who were killed by the United States.
Navy Admiral Frank Bradley defended the actions taken. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All righty, tip of the hat to Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion pool hauler, who says, good morning, 28 degrees, Paducah, Kentucky. Sending you and the princess condolences, the loss of your uncle there. Good for you to be back in the saddle again, waxing eloquent, steering this party yacht called the Overnight Drive through calm waters. All right, got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed east for Lenore City, Tennessee at a high rate of speed. A memo to Gilligan and Senior Heatwave. I had the weirdest dream that I called you. And I've done a lot of cow trucking since then. My advice to anyone who cares is never leave home for second place. And a special bluegrass shout out to Mr. Knucklebuster. John joins us. Hello, Mr. Steve. Glad you're back in the saddle. Be safe out there, drivers. It's cold, clear skies here in Indianapolis. 18 degrees. All right. Hello, Pappy. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Mr. Steve Summers back in the saddle players. To he and the family, especially his mom. Yeah, she's very tough on her. They were pretty close. Yeah, they were the two siblings, about 2 years apart, growing up together. And I think I mentioned before, after my mom and Uncle Fred grew up together, and for whatever reason, my grandparents started over again. 2 other siblings, which my other uncle's only about 2 years older than me. I don't know why they did that, but strange things. Anyway, snuggle up to whomever or whatever. Hug and kiss your loved ones every day. Act as if it were your last. All right. Time to snuggle up to whomever or whatever. Be safe out there. And on down. All right, Mary Ann's on board. We said hello. And, of course, it is 844-844-3388. Well, I guess you could say it's kind of an abbreviated schedule this weekend. We've only got a handful of games, but it is a significant weekend in college football. And we have the prognosticator of prognosticators and the analyst, Mr. Grump, on board. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, Steve. I was I was getting ready to go to
Friday.
bed and just happened to flip you on, and me and Grump had already got together and made a picture, and we was going to post them on your Facebook page, and we didn't think you'd be back till Sunday night, Monday morning.
Yeah. I mean, I felt bad taking the last call. I mean, I needed to be there, though. I mean, we got the call.
Yeah.
It was right about 9 o'clock there, Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, right? I mean, I normally get up about 9:30, and I had posted the Princess. I heard the door open, heard the fan turn off, the light turn on. I knew what she was coming in to tell me, and we ended up at the hospice center. We were out there till probably 3 o'clock in the morning. Took like 3 hours for the funeral home to get there. And I could tell you, I mean, this is kind of like a new experience for me dealing with this kind of thing. Several people had kind of advised me up front after all these years. My mom had plans where he was going to be buried, a plot. And up shows the battle axe ex-wife from 45 years ago saying, you can't bury him there. That's my plot. And like, oh, boy. So we're going through 7 kinds of BS right now.
I mean, why do people have to wait until somebody passes before they show their, and I'm going to say it like it is, they show their complete ass?
Yep.
I mean, come on. And then, you needed to be there for your family, and it was very understandable. When you have a family crisis, you got to be there, especially if you're patriarch of your family, which you are. But then his ex-wife shows up 45 years later, wanting to play that damn game.
Yep.
Come on. Get lost. That's my thoughts on it. I'm not going to bash your family, Steve.
Right. Well, I mean, I didn't see that. None of us saw that coming. I mean, we've all known for months that he was on his final days going downhill. She could have made that call and asked my mother that a long time. She waited till he was deceased. Yeah, because my mom was the POA, and once they're gone, that ends. And I think she played that game. She beat us to the damn hospice center that night.
I mean, who owns the plot? Did he own the plot? If he owned the plot, there ain't a damn thing she can do about it.
It's in both of their names.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I don't want to get involved in that, Steve. You find yourself in an uncomfortable situation.
Yeah, well, the plan is today, my mom and I are going to be going to the funeral home. And we're going out to another cemetery where I have a plot and my mother has a plot. We're going to see if we can find him a plot there. That's what we're going to do today.
Well, when it comes to land or money or anything, family members tend to show their behind real fast.
Right.
And it's like me. My philosophy is if I can die as poor as I was when I was born, then hey, I did something right. But if I die with a bunch of money in a bank account somewhere, I did something wrong. So I'm trying to do everything right. I don't want to be buried line poor, but at the same time, I want to be comfortable,
Yep.
Go ahead, Grump.
Yeah, it's just sorry about Uncle Fred, buddy. That's I hate that, and I hate it even worse. But hell, every funeral at our any family members died around us, we've always had the cops there separating people. So you ain't got, we ain't got nothing.
Wow.
I don't know why it's got to happen, but it does. And, you always got one or two that's always got to show their ass and act like a complete idiot about everything. And instead of just accepting the fact that, the person's gone and, it serves no purpose whatsoever. But yeah, my mom's, she had a sister that, that just treated everybody like crap, and she called, said, I'm going to be at the funeral, and had nothing to do with my mother, and stuff. And I said, you show up and you'll be in the coffin next to her. I said, I'm telling you that right now. So she didn't show up, but it just, it sucks, man. It really does. But, I hate hearing it. And I got you beat, buddy. I got an uncle that's 2.5 years younger than me. Granny and Grandpa just did not have a clue when to quit.
Really?
I mean,
Wow.
No, hell no. He was a Greyhound bus driver for 35 years, and he'd get home, guess who was pregnant? It was just one of them things. But
But yeah. Hey, people just can't believe it. I say, yeah, it's my uncle. Isn't he younger than you? Shut up.
Yeah.
You know. But we got some good games coming up. If we're ready for that, we'll talk about them here. But
so we got 2 games tonight. We kick things off here Friday night. I don't know what divisions are those. I'm not really even familiar.
Well, any of our games, Grump, aren't playing Friday.
They're all Saturday. They're all Saturday games, I think. Here, I think that's what I have.
We talk about like Saturday. North Dakotas and
well, they got a North Texas. I'm seeing a North Texas and Tulane tonight. I don't know.
Is that tonight?
Yeah, 8 o'clock.
Yes, it is tonight, 7 p.m. The 5th. I got it marked down here. All the rest of them are on the 6th that we got here.
And all these games are going to have an impact. Every one of them's going to have an impact on who's going to get into the final 12 spots.
Okay.
So you got Texas sitting out there on the brink. You got Vanderbilt sitting out there on the brink. If BYU was to win, they're going to be on there. Oklahoma. So, and then everybody's up in arms about they ought to go on to 16 teams. And, you know, here's my thing. If you would have done, and it's like me and Grump was talking today, the last 4 weeks, there's been a playoff scenario for every team. You've been jockeying to get your team in a position to get into these playoffs, and that's why Oklahoma's in there, even though they got beat by Texas, is because they took care of business when they needed to take care of business. It's that simple. And if you didn't take care of business, like Vanderbilt, what good's it going to do to you put you in the playoffs when you didn't take care of business? You had your chance.
Mm-hmm.
So who's going to get the home field advantage? You know, like your Ohio State and Indiana. If whoever wins that is going to have the home field advantage. I don't think, and Grump may disagree with me, that even if, let's say, Ohio State loses or Indiana loses, that either one of them the loser is going to end up with a home field advantage. I don't think that's going to happen. So, but then you got a Texas A&M that's not playing. They can end up with a home field advantage, even though they're not playing in the conference championship. So there's just so much ramifications. Alabama loses, they're definitely not getting into the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
And that's probably going to open the door for either Vanderbilt or Texas. So, and then Notre Dame, everybody's mad because Miami, you know, they beat Notre Dame. Well, Notre Dame's taking care of business. Number 2, they're independent, and that's the way all this was set up. You're independent, you're a group of 5 or group of 4, and then your big conferences. You know, the Pac-12 is decimated, and they need to take some of them Mountain West people like New Mexico that heat wave things get dumped on it. New Mexico's got a decent team, but it's their strength that they're playing and their schedule. My suggestion is to New Mexico is start doing like Texas and scheduling these games that are more meaningful, and then increases the strength of your schedule where you are up there in the upper echelons of being able to be in this playoff scenario. Go ahead, Grump.
Yeah, the thing that still gets me is how they choose the strength of these schedules. And I mean, it's just luck of the draw by whoever. It's nothing. There's nothing scientific about it. I mean, when they start drawing the teams out for the games that they're going to be playing, the way I understand it, it's just basically, you know, what team they draw is what they draw. They know they got in the end of the schedule, they got their rivals and they got their then they're nothing but conference games and things like that. But I still disagree with them how they've got this. I mean, you know, when you look at somebody like you know, Ole Miss, it's 11-1 and, you know, won 8 home games, and, you know, their conference games is 7-1, Texas A&M. is the same way. Well, they won 7 home games, but they're sitting behind Alabama, that's a 10-2, and only had 6 home games. And they said, well, that's the strength of the schedule. Well, hell, neither one of them 2 teams picked the schedule. The conference picked the schedule, and it just blows my mind, a little bit how they've got that. And we talked a little bit today too about that, about the NIL money and this is the second year of it, and it's kind of went crazy because coaches are dragging up the middle of the damn year or toward the end of the season and going somewhere else and walking in on 3 games, and they can actually bring players with them the way I'm reading that. If players are recruited in, they got to get a handle on that too. Is that the way you look at that, Ed?
Yeah. Let's look at what's going on with Lane Kiffin. Same thing with Penn State. Lane Kiffin, first of all, you can't blame the man because he won't. Hey, if somebody's going to wave $50 million under my nose, like I said, I'm going to go get it. But here's the thing: you're going to pay this man this kind of money, and you openly stated that you want championships. Well, guess what you're going to have to do now? You're going to have to go through and pilfer, and that's where they need to get control of it, where these coaches and these schools can't come in and pilfer some of these other players off these other teams and take that money and buy what you would call the cream of the crop of the college athletes and get them down there to LSU. All you're trying to do, it's almost like the stock market. Somebody's trying to control the stock market. Somebody's trying to get a hold of control of the orange juice sector or gold or whatever, so they can dictate the prices and increase their value. Well, that's what LSU's trying to do. When you look at it, they want to be the champion. They want to be the next Alabama, and it's going to cost them money, and they're willing to go out and spend that kind of money, which is going to make it unfair to the rest of your schools out there. I mean, that's all it amounts to. You're taking away the competitive spirit. And if you're going to take away the competitive spirit, then college football's in the toilet. And I can assure you, I'll quit paying attention to it. Right now, we still got a little control of it, and it's a competitive market out there. But based on what's going on, if they don't get it in control and get a good set of rules set for the coaches, and how many people the kids how many times they can transfer, then you're going to lose the competitive edge, and it's not going to be worth a flip. See my pro ball. Go ahead, Grunt.
Yeah, that's exactly how I feel about it. It's just they're going to have to regulate this somehow and make it so that, I don't know, if they drag up in the middle of the damn season and want to go play for somebody else, then they lose their money. Maybe the school ought to control the money until the end, and a lot of these coaches and everything that's begging to be fired because they're getting a massive buyout. And but that's all on the school. I mean, the school can say, no, you're staying through your contract, period, or we'll sue your ass. That's one damn thing. But when they start firing them and then, saying, well, here's your $55 million buyout because of we fired you, I think it's just crazy. But anyway, we got Texas.
And really it's unfair to your other sports in your certain schools, like LSU, for example, since we're beating them up. Their softball team, their basketball team, their baseball team. You ain't got the money to build good teams in those sports avenues because you're concentrating it all on football. So you're doing more damage to your lower tier athletes that you would like to attract to your school than what you think you're winning with your football program. They're creating a monster, and then I think it was that quarterback at Vanderbilt was trying that President Trump needed to get involved and make it mandatory that they go to 16 teams. And he said, well, we need 4 Big 12 or 4 Big Ten schools, 4 Southeast Conference schools, 2 Big 12 schools, and then four at-large schools. Well, now, who died and made you Einstein, pal? Stick to damn football. You did win your game. Suffer the consequences of your own actions. So we don't need no government getting involved in football. We all know what the hell government does when they get involved in any time. So there you go.
Yep, that's true. You ready on North Texas and Tulane?
Yep, and Grump, go ahead.
All righty. I took North Texas on this one. They're playing the 5th. They're at 7 p.m. Central. They're looking at 55-45 split on the percentage there. North Texas, they got a 55% advantage. The over and under on this game was 66.5 points. They think it's going to be a high-scoring game, but they only gave North Texas a 2.5-point favorite. They're playing over in New Orleans. They're at the Ullman Stadium there. But my buddy there, he picked Tulane. You want to explain that one there, Big Ed?
Oh, yeah, I picked Tulane because I think Tulane's got the team that they want to get into that playoffs, and the only way they're going to do it, they've got to knock off North Texas, and they're going to show up out there ready to play, just like they did when they went into Memphis and beat them. And
they're ranked.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, they're ranked number 20 right now. North Texas 24.
And they've got to win.
Yeah.
Because if they don't, then they're not going to get in it. And then I don't know that North Texas, even if they win, if they've got the strength of schedule to get in it.
Yeah.
So it could open up for James Madison to get in there. And so Tulane, to me, got all the marbles. And, yeah, I think they'll take them. They got the team to do it.
All righty. We're split on that one. Then we jump down here on the 6th, 11 a.m. We got BYU and Texas Tech. We both looked at Texas Tech on this one. They're playing at Arlington at the AT&T Stadium there. This is a big one for the Big 12. BYU, for some reason, has a 18% likelihood of winning this game. Texas Tech has a 82%. BYU plays good ball, or they wouldn't be where they're at. They're number 11. Texas Tech's number 4. But they had a over and under of let's see, what was it there? 42.5, I think is what it was. I can't remember what it was there, but anyway, they're looking at a 12.5 point advantage on for Texas Tech. I guess they're looking back at that butt whipping that they throwed at them last time they met there at Texas. So yeah,
I was scared in this game because BYU's got what it takes to beat Texas Tech, but I was scared of it because I thought, man, that's just going to be real hard to go and beat us. It's like the old OU Nebraska days. It was real hard for an Oklahoma or Nebraska to beat each other twice in 1 year. And that's the same scenario we're getting set up here. Is it's going to be hard for Tech to beat BYU the second go-around because, like I said, BYU's already played them, so they know their strength and their weakness. And that coach out there at BYU is going to get the players prepared. I think we're going to see a field goal game here, but my heart's leaning with Tech because they beat BYU already, but boy, I sure wanted to take BYU. But you got to remember, I'm chasing Grump, even though this is a new. We're both starting out at 0-0. The big game that I'm waiting on is Ohio State, but yeah, I'm with Grump on this Tech thing. So we lose, we both lose together.
Yep, we got they're predicting them to win by 12.5 points, and Texas Tech. So we'll see.
I just don't see it happening, but we'll find out.
No, I don't either. I think that's stretching it there a little bit there, but.
Well, that's a good place. That's a good place to pause because we're up to the top of the hour. Coming up, we'll come back. The next on the list is obviously Georgia versus Alabama. Yeah, big rivalry game, obviously there. if I were to make a pick, I think I would go with Alabama, because if Alabama loses that game, yeah, they're pretty much going to be out of the mix. It's win or go home time for Alabama as far as the playoffs, if I understand correctly. Yeah, we'll get the sentiment of the professionals coming up here momentarily. All right, and of course, it's 844-844-3388. All right, making our way into a Friday, closing out hour number one. Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com to learn more.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A New York Post report says people in Representative Ilhan Omar's political circle benefited from a massive COVID-era welfare fraud scheme in Minnesota, although Omar herself has not been directly tied to this crime. She told CNN why the fraud got so out of control.
I just think that a lot of the COVID programs that were set up, they were set up so quickly that a lot of the guardrails did not get created.
Dozens have been charged in the $250 million scandal, prompting new federal scrutiny and questions about how state officials allowed the fraud to grow unchecked. Senator Eric Schmidt says Biden broke the law by admitting nearly 200,000 Afghans through humanitarian parole after 2021. He appeared on Newsmax.
It's supposed to be individualized, right? If there's a problem somewhere and you're applying for that status, you're individually reviewed, not an entire group of people from one country just because they're from one country.
He calls the program suicidal empathy, criticizes weak background checks, cites $14 billion in resettlement costs, and urges a pause and full vetting, noting a recent Afghan-linked National Guard shooting in Washington as a warning. Convicted sex offender Ghislaine Maxwell is seeking an early release from the federal prison camp in Bryan, Texas.
Lawyers for the late Jeffrey Epstein's one-time girlfriend and notorious madam wrote in a court letter that Maxwell is planning to challenge her detention. Doing so could result in a new trial. According to the document, Maxwell is not taking a position on the government's request to unseal grand jury transcripts. She's currently serving a 20-year prison sentence after being found guilty by a federal jury in Manhattan in 2021 of aiding Epstein in his sexual abuse of underage girls. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Stocks closed mixed today.
At the close, the Dow Jones Industrial Average was down 31. The S&P 500 gained 7. The Nasdaq rose 51. I'm Larry Kofsky.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
A baby in Virginia is one of many who's contracted infant botulism amid a contaminated formula outbreak.
ByHeart Whole Nutrition infant formula has been recalled after several babies in 18 states have suspected or confirmed cases of botulism after drinking the formula. As of this week, a total of 39 babies have been affected. Infant botulism can take weeks to develop, and symptoms include constipation, difficulty sucking, swallowing, or breathing, a loss of head control, drooping eyelids, and in some cases, paralysis and death. All the babies affected have been hospitalized, and there have been no deaths reported. I'm Rosia Rivera.
FIFA and Lego are teaming up.
The league and the toy company unveiled a World Cup trophy model. It's said to be life-size, consisting of over 2,800 pieces, and features details of the actual trophy. Fans can pre-order the model for around $200, with shipments expected to begin in March. The World Cup kicks off in June in North America and will be played in multiple U.S. cities. I'm at Mattinson.
More Americans are turning to artificial intelligence for help with their Christmas shopping. With AI's help, it really is the most wonderful time of the year.
A 2025 survey from TalkDesk found 75% of shoppers plan to use artificial intelligence to find deals and 67% to get gift ideas. The information comes from product pages, reviews, prices, and a user's previous interaction with the chatbot. What's the takeaway? 56% of shoppers say they felt happier and less anxious about their holiday shopping. I'm Sarah Walters.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
For those just joining us, welcome aboard. We're working into a Friday. So, weekend coming on. Going to be a very cold, wintry weekend. Especially in the north central, we're seeing some of our first sub-zeros. And that's not with the wind chill, that's actual air temperatures. Make sure you're treating that fuel with your Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel treatment with Winter Defense. And when it's really cold outside, take it to the next level. Yeah, the Diesel Winter Anti-Gel. That's a stronger cold weather additive. Yeah, when you're in places that are experiencing extreme lows. Keeps that fuel flowing when temperatures fall below normal operating conditions. I mentioned it's going to be kind of ugly. A wintry pattern's going to be intensifying across the northwestern USA and southern British Columbia. A series of storms lining up. A storm closing out the week here. Just a small indication of the setup, what may be coming through much of December, they tell us. An elevated risk of flooding, mudslides, avalanches. It's going to be a rather weak, but it's an atmospheric river that's going to accompany this storm. Overnight tonight and through the upcoming days, snow levels expected to vary, but generally above the major passes in the Cascades through the first part of next week. With the storm into the day Friday, the snow levels will rise in the Cascades further inland at higher elevations where it's colder. Yes, snow and ice are anticipated. Rainfall along the coast of British Columbia, Washington, northern and central Oregon through the day ahead will raise the risk of urban flooding, ponding on highways, rapid rises on some of the smaller streams. But that stormy pattern's going to be far from over beyond this weekend. A storm rolling ashore every 1 or 2 days next week, disrupting travel and daily routines. Monday to Tuesday, a storm may be associated with a strong atmospheric river. That could produce heavy rain, heightened risk of flooding across western Washington and Oregon. A storm later next week has the potential to signal a broader pattern change. That forecast is storms going to dip southward from the Gulf of Alaska to along the coast of British Columbia, Washington, Oregon. Lower snow levels in the Cascades and could easily bring some accumulating snow to the intermediate elevations and hills in the regions. Looking further out, a series of storms, December 12 through 16, may be potentially especially potent along the northwest coast and could extend southward into northern California. Along with varying snow levels, a couple of storms could bring snow close to sea level. Copious amounts of moisture will be thrown in from the Pacific Northwest over the next couple of weeks. The historical average monthly rain at lower elevations may be far exceeded. Seattle typically picks up about 5 3/4 inches of rain during the month of December. There's the potential for double that amount along portions of the I-5 corridor. Some of the west-facing slopes of the Olympics, coast ranges, and lower elevations of the Cascades could pick up 1 to 2 feet of rain in these weather conditions through the third week of December. In the mountains, in other words, several yards of snow will be falling over the high country over the next couple of weeks as the snow piles up on those steep slopes and temperatures fluctuate. The risk of avalanches will increase. Of course, the likelihood of flooding and mudslides down below. Very busy pattern in the offing. All right, let's get back. College football kicking off tonight, and of course Saturday, the big games. We left off looking at Georgia versus Alabama. Welcome back, gentlemen.
Yeah, Steve, right quick. After we get through with our picks, let's put you through a test run and let you go on these 5 games and you pick who you think's going to win. But because you give a good description of the Alabama-Georgia game before you took your break.
Right.
Because that's exactly why I'm going to Alabama based on what you sat there and said.
Huh.
That's my thought. I'm picking Alabama, and I think, Grump, you still going to Georgia?
Yep, I'm going to Georgia. And, the crazy thing here on these is the CFP committee. Let's say that's a 1-point game. Let's say Georgia wins by 1 point. 21-20 or something like that. That CFP committee could look at that on the strength of a loss, whether it was not by a lot, and could vote to keep Alabama in the playoff picture on that on that one slight loss there.
Mm-hmm.
But if Alabama was to get bumped out of this, now they've never had a three-game loss team that's played in the championship, in the playoffs, never. But it could happen. Now they're looking at this as teams like Notre Dame, Miami, even if BYU was to come in and lose against Texas Tech. Texas Tech is in regardless. They're going to be in that. They're going to win. They're going to be in the playoff picture. But even if BYU wins or loses, it could still keep them in over Alabama, depending on the strength of the loss, if you get what I'm saying. And it also, if Alabama's bumped out of it, then it can open the door up for Notre Dame, and Miami probably would be the two that I would say would be in, because that Texas A&M and Ole Miss is going to be in the playoffs. They're already, pretty much guaranteed a spot there. But, it's crazy how they do this, but that's the way they do it. It's just, I don't know. I just want to throw that in there.
I don't see, if Alabama, even if they lose by 1 point, I just don't see Alabama going in there. So it's like Steve said, this is do or die. You either do it or you're dead in the water. And they got nobody to blame but themselves.
Right. I think it would be. I think they would be out of it just for what you said there, because that would put the CFP committee on their heads, and they've made it clear that they have that ability to do that, where they could keep a team in the playoffs. Even though they had a weak loss, is what they're calling it. And I think it's crazy. Number one, just because they would say that, well, let's look back at their strength of schedule and say, they still had a stronger or harder schedule than these other two teams here. So let's just go ahead and keep them in. Their credibility, but it'd be flushed down the toilet in a second.
It'd be gone in a heartbeat. The whole thing would be a dumpster fire.
Yeah, they're playing at Mercedes-Benz Stadium in Atlanta. They got Georgia picked as a 2.5 point favorite on this. On the over and under, 48.5. They figure this is going to be about a 48.5 point game here or more. It's going to be a good game. It really is. And getting back to that Texas Tech game, that was 49.5. I had screwed that one up, but that's a 49.5 game. But this is going to be the toughest game I think they're going to play, because both teams have, Georgia's going to be in it regardless. But Alabama, if they lose it, they're done. Like I said, I just don't see the committee going, you lost by 1 point, let's keep you in. Not when you got other teams that have a better record, and that's what's going on. But anyway,
I'm interested if Alabama wins, who gets that home field bye. Whether it be Georgia, or it may get thrown in an Ole Miss type situation where they get the home field bye. So
I think Georgia still gets the home. I think on their strength of schedule, I think they still get the home field bye there. If I'm not mistaken, I read that somewhere. I can't remember where in the hell I read it, but I think that's what it said. But maybe I might be wrong on that. But I'll look into that to see. But then we got Duke and Virginia. Here's Virginia's 17. Duke wasn't even rated. They didn't even get the top 25, but they had their they come up enough on their games and stuff to in the ACC to go ahead and be in that position. And they're playing the 6, 7 p.m. They're playing in Charlotte. They're at the Bank of America. 4.5 points is what they're giving Virginia on this, 4.5 point favorite. Duke has a 37% chance of winning, and Virginia has a 63%. So we both went with Virginia on this. I just don't.
Yeah, Virginia's got they're one of them teams. They've got to win if they want to get into the playoff. Just based on conference championship. If Duke wins, then it the strength of schedule is ACC won't have nobody in the playoff.
Right.
Guarantee you, if Duke wins, ACC ain't gonna have nobody in the playoff. And then everybody in the ACC is gonna be crying like a. Well, I think it'll end up throwing Miami into the mix, but the ACC is going to be crying a bunch of damn Gator tears, I can assure you.
Yeah, Miami and Notre Dame just keep getting thrown in there. I mean, they just keep getting thrown in there on every turn, But I just can't see Duke pulling this one off. And they predict this is going to be a very high-scoring game, over 57 points on this. They gave, like I said, Virginia a 4.5-point advantage on this. Yeah. And, we talked about the strength of defense, how defense, Ed mentioned it before, how defense wins games. Well, in this game right here, it's another one of them games where it could just be a runaway on the offenses. Neither team, Virginia's got a hell of a lot better defense team than Duke does, but from what I've seen. But I think this is going to be a game here where it's going to be a high-scoring game.
I don't see Duke, unless Virginia just loses all their A-plus players, I just don't see Duke pulling this one off. So I'm with jump on that Virginia. And that leads us to Big Granddaddy.
Yep, number one and number two.
State, Louisiana. And just based on, I've got no other choice, I'm back in the corner. I'm going to Indiana. And I think Indiana's defense will shut down that Ohio State offense. So that's what I'm banking on this to be a field goal game. And I'm comfortable with my pick, Indiana over Ohio State.
I went with Ohio because that's who I just picked in the very beginning. But Ohio State, Sayan is the best. He's the number one quarterback in college ball today. He's up for the Heisman. Watching that offense work is just amazing. I mean, them guys, when he puts that ball out there, it's there. They're playing in Indianapolis. Over and under is 47.5 on the points. They got 4.5-point advantage for Ohio. They're giving Ohio a 64% advantage in the win column. And let's see, 7 p.m. on the 6th there. It's the Big Ten biggie. I got to go with Ohio, man.
And based on that, depends on what kind of game Indiana gives Ohio State. That's going to tell me if either Texas A&M or Oklahoma will come out as a national champion out of all the playoff contenders. Or I need to throw Ole Miss into the mix too, but that just depends on this game. Whether Drump's going to get that crown like I got last year picking Ohio State. This game right here is going to make or break Drump as far as being able to analyze one team from the start to the finish. And that was difficult to do. I did it last year, but I threw my big old gamble behind Penn State like an idiot. And you seen what happened to me the first year. So anyway, Steve,
I put my money on Ohio State. Just based on, I don't think Indiana has. I guess they've had a few tests along the way, but they haven't. Had a lot of big teams that they've actually defeated. They had some blowout games, but the only question.
I'm glad you're doing your homework, Steve. You've been listening. So
my
question. That's a good argument.
My question would be: Ohio State's going to be in the playoffs regardless of win or lose. Do they come in not really over concerned about the win and try to save some of their players for the playoffs themselves? Is that a possibility, or do they come out hoping to actually win?
I'm glad you brought that up because I just don't see that happening. I can see it in Georgia, Alabama. Georgia, kind of holding back on some of their players. But because there's just too much riding for Indiana and Ohio State. What do you think, Grant?
I think they're going to come out there and beat the hell out of one another. But when you look at it, they got identical records, and there's so much separating these teams, even though they got identical records. If you was to look at the stats and you was to go down the percentages and all this, you would say that Indiana is going to kill Ohio in every part of it. I mean, penalties, Ohio's got 54 penalties this year. Indiana had 44. Ohio gave up 509 yards, just on penalties. Points allowed. This is something right here that I look at, and points allowed is like Ohio is 7.8. All right, and yards allowed, per game, 203 for Ohio, 251 for Indiana. This is defense right here that you're looking at, and this is where I say that Ohio is. I think they're just more superior in their offense, and will be able to play on their defense, because their defense, Indiana's defense, has given up a lot of points, has given up a lot of yards, and this is something that you can't do that with somebody like Ohio. Now Ohio's got a 78% completion rate on passing. That's up there. And to be where they're at, and Indiana to be where they're at, Indiana scored six touchdowns more than Ohio has throughout the season. But, when you look at it, I just think that, this is going to be a defense game. We've talked about that, all year. We've talked about all season. We've talked about it. And I think it's just, Ohio they have them both. They have, the offense is what's going to give them, what's going to kill them. They got a guy I can't remember what the hell one guy's name of that dude that wide receiver. That guy's amazing. I mean, he's like an acrobat in the air. I mean, he's catching every damn thing that they throw at him, and that's going to hurt Indiana because they do not have the safeties. They do not have the pass protection to keep up with Ohio in that area. Now, I could be wrong, but that's just the way I'm looking at it.
All right, Steve, what about Alabama, Georgia?
I went with Alabama.
Okay.
Another damn.
Texas BYU.
On the Texas, I didn't wager again. I don't know crap about those two. I did for the same reason you guys. I had my name down for Virginia, just for the fact that Duke wasn't even ranked.
All right, what about Tulane, North Texas?
I'd be flipping a coin. I'd go with North Texas.
Oh, yeah,
buddy. I knew he'd come around.
So just go ahead and flip a coin on Tech and BYU.
Well, you both went with Texas Tech, so I would have to just to play it safe.
But you got to remember, BYU clobbered your Cincinnati Bearcats.
Yeah, and those Bearcats fell apart. They weren't what they were cut up to be. They lost 4 in a row. 4 in a row.
Okay, we'll let you join us on Tech. You sure you don't want to go with BYU?
Unless you
out of respect.
Out of respect, I'll go with BYU.
All right.
Really?
Just so you can embarrass.
If he wins this, we ain't gonna hear the end of it.
Yeah,
he will remind us at every damn turn. You should have went with BYU. Here, I'm just a radio announcer. Hell, I don't know anything about football. Blah, 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 blah. I hear him now if he wins it.
All right. Well, that's good, Steve. We'll see where that might make you watch a little football this weekend. Well, hopefully you'll have time. Have you already had your uncle service?
No. Like I said, we got to go out this morning and try to find another plot and a place.
Based on what you're telling me, your uncle's estate owns half that plot. So his ex-wife got to pay his estate for his share of that plot. I don't know what the dimensions of the plots are. Usually they're 4 foot by 6 foot, and so 4 foot of that belongs to him. Now, here's the kicker. So when she goes, your mom being I guess the head of his estate, she can stop her from being buried there because his estate owns half that plot. See where I'm coming from?
Yeah,
I'd swing by the courthouse and get a cease and desist order on her ass and say he owns half that plot. Tough noogie there, gal friend. You can just put up with it. Either buy it or shut up about it.
She's going to be there. She can't just put anybody there. If she's thinking she's saving it for whoever she's married for now, no, that ain't the way that works. So just keep that in mind. Your mother's got control of his part of that plot or fork out some money. I don't know what the plots cost, but you got to pay him for half of that plot if you guys ain't going to put him there. See what I'm saying?
Right. And I think that goes back to, she said something about my mom and dad paid for that way back when they were married. So I don't know where that stands, but I don't think my mom wants to get into the big old, the urinating match, if you know what I mean, on that whole deal. But we got to pause there.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is taking aim again at Somali immigrants and Minnesota Somali-American Congresswoman Ilhan Omar.
Speaking from the Oval Office on Wednesday, Trump said Omar should never have been allowed to become a member of Congress.
Somalia, what the Somalian people have done to Minnesota is not even believable.
Earlier in the week, Trump called Somali immigrants garbage. His comments come as ICE has reportedly started an immigration operation in Minnesota targeting Somali communities. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Former CNN anchor Valeria Hoff DiCarlo has died at age 62 after a battle with lung cancer. She has been survived by her husband and 2 sons, remembered by her family as a strong, loving mother despite the public scandal. Stocks closed mixed.
At the close, the Dow Jones Industrial Average was down 31. The S&P 500 gained 7. The Nasdaq rose 51. I'm Larry Kofsky.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join Medi-Share and save even more than usual. For many families, joining Medi-Share means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. More than 1 million people are part of healthcare sharing now because it just makes so much sense right now. And Medi-Share is the gold standard. Members like it a lot. We know this from member surveys. Medi-Share has been around for over 30 years. It is a proven thing. And if you join before December 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee. So you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline's December 15th. Call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. It's 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, miles. after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All righty, back at it here on a Friday. All right, here comes the weekend. Buckeye Boy chimed in regards to a little bit of the college football action. Said the Buckeyes are losing their offensive coordinator, Brian Hartline, taking a head coaching job at South Florida, but he is still coaching through the playoffs, which is how it should be, he says. Okay, yeah, don't bail on them when the playoffs are coming in.
Well, on that score, Ole Miss, they're going to let Charlie Wise Jr., who was the offensive coordinator for Lane Kiffin, they're going to let him go ahead and coach into the playoffs. Even though they're not going to let Lane Kiffin coach, they're going to let his offensive coordinator. So, and then they named their defensive coordinator the head coach. So, with that said, Ole Miss shouldn't even miss a beat. You know, what they was worried about was Lane Kiffin pilfering some of their recruits and some of their players, which whether he coaches or not, I don't think that really means anything to the players. But so if anybody thinks that Ole Miss is going to miss a beat because Lane Kiffin ain't there, well, you're sadly mistaken, because even though his offensive coordinator is going to LSU, he's going to finish out the season with Ole Miss. So that's a good sign, I think, with what Ohio State's done.
And Buckeye Boy also said winning the Big Ten championship was one of the goals Ryan Day and the team set at the beginning of the year. So I guess that kind of answers my question about that. So they're not going to be kind of holding back at all.
No, that goes. It goes in a lot of your recruiting comes into play there. So holding back is just going to end up costing your recruits, and bargaining position for next year and trying to recruit these players. So, you hoist that Big Ten banner, and then, it goes a long way in getting those quality players out of Ohio to come over and play. So
there you go.
And, Ohio's competing against Indiana. So anyway, well, unless Gumper, you got anything for me, Steve? We're going to find out Sunday night if I may not know it all, but I know my football.
We'll find
I'm glad
out.
you went with me on a couple of these games. So, yeah, well, hopefully you don't win the BYU pick, or me and Grump both have that all over our face.
I remember I said I'd just be flipping a coin anyway, so.
All right, was Grump you on there? Did we lose Grump?
Well, it says he's still there, but I guess he's not.
I'm here.
Oh,
I'm here.
Oh, okay. He is.
Jumping back to Uncle Fred there for just a second. Maybe the best approach is you got it right there. Just find another plot, but I would ban that lady from any activities or anything. We've had to do that before on, family things, saying, hey, just tell the funeral home she's not allowed on the premises while you're there. And that'll damn sure yank a knot in her tail. So,
Well, I don't know, Steve. I invited my ex-wives to when they've had my final services. They're more than welcome to come and stand up and tell everybody what kind of asshole I was. Well, and that's true. I did. I told them, y'all feel free and come up and tell everybody what kind of asshole I was. There's always a difference of opinion out there. Might as well get it out there.
Be done with it.
Yeah, I'm telling you. So, trust me, I've got lots of enemies out there. So, anyway, well, like I say, I may not know it all, but on the football, Steve, we appreciate you. And a serious note, prayers for your family as you go through this weekend. So I'll take it you will be back Sunday night, Monday morning.
That's the plan. Yes, that's what we've got all slated in. Yep.
All right. Well, don't let the stress of the situation get to you, and just wake up and take each day as it comes. Thank y'all, and we'll talk to you Sunday night, Monday morning.
All right, Big Ed. Thank you very much. There you go.
All right. Thank you, Steve. And, my thoughts and prayers also, buddy.
Thank you, Grump. Always good to chat. You have a great morning. All right, it is a Friday. So we'll jump ahead here at 844-844-3388. Gary joins us here on a Friday morning. Steve, all the overnight crew, good to have you with us. Kevin joins us via Facebook. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Let me see here. Yeah, Norman finally made it back to the home 20 there. Finally got his car back after. Can't imagine. You go on vacation in Colorado. The mice get up and start gnawing on your wires. I don't know. What is it with the mice? They chew on it. And I know the squirrels. Remember about a year ago we had the whole internet outage where a damn squirrel had chewed through the fiber optic lines and taken internet down for like the whole neighborhood here. Took him a couple of days to get that fiber optic line back, all reattached, hundreds of wires. Meanwhile, back to industry headlines before we get to some of the issues going on around the world. Lots happening. CRST actually clarifying what was an anonymous report earlier in the week, announcing that they're going to be shutting down some of their over-the-road trucking operations. The company said in response to the challenging over-the-road market, CRST announced plans to redistribute much of the Capacity Solutions OTR fleet operations to other business units. This will result in a reduction of nearly 200 trucks from this fleet and a redeployment of approximately 100 to other growing areas of business. According to the Capacity Solutions brokerage service, customers and assets remain unchanged, they say. The original story, which again was anonymously posted, stating CRST is shutting down its over-the-road trucking operations. This would mark a major shift for one of the nation's largest transportation providers, employing some 4,082 drivers, 4,362 trucks, according to the FMCSA. They also employ roughly 2,000 independent contractors. The Cedar Rapids, Iowa-based trucking company's portfolio spans expedited freight, flatbed, dedicated contract carriage, truckload capacity solutions, and transportation management. Now, from that original story, they had not responded to FreightWaves, which they now subsequently have. But the shutdown of the over-the-road segment would also unwind part of CRST's most recent expansion strategy, late 2023, when they acquired Texas-based BCB Transport, adding more than 300 trucks and increasing their fleet by about 10%. According to their CEO at the time, CRST said BCB would be integrated into its Capacity Solutions segment, which provides dry van, refrigerated, and flatbed one-way over-the-road capacity. The service is now reportedly being discontinued. Back in August, CRST laid off multiple employees at their Cedar Rapids headquarters. At the time, they said, "We took these steps to ensure the staff levels are aligned to the current freight market, which remains in an industry slowdown." And on it goes. So several pretty big trucking announcements this week alone. Meanwhile, the truck driving schools around the country, the shock waves reverberating. Thousands of such training operations being shuttered by the Transportation Secretary. Sean Duffy, in a statement, said, no more wild, wild west for the trucking industry with this recent trucking school purge. The trucking industry has operated like the wild, wild west for far too long, which is why I purged nearly half of trucking schools from the U.S. Department of Transportation list of approved schools because they failed to meet our high standards of safety. We also placed over 7,000 drivers who failed to meet our English proficiency standards out of service because if you can't speak English, you need to get off America's roads. He also attached a video to the post to where he called out Minnesota's Governor Tim Walz for issuing 33% of these licenses unlawfully. He didn't specify any further numbers there, but I know Minnesota is the latest state that's also been added to that list of potentially losing their highway funding if they don't get on board with the enforcement of the English proficiency and the non-domiciled CDLs. Meanwhile, the CEO of one of the country's largest commercial truck driver training networks, facing a full-blown safety crisis fueled by fraudulent commercial driver's license schools and the federal system designed to vet the training providers, has instead opened the door to thousands of bad actors. In an interview with FreightWave, Steve Gold, the founder and CEO of 160 Driving Academy, said the FMCSA's training provider registry that was implemented February of 2022 has created a massive loophole allowing CDL schools to self-certify with no proof of state licensure or on-site inspections. Chicago-based 160 Driving Academy, founded in 2012, they've got 140 locations across 43 states now. They have become one of the largest training providers for commercial drivers in the country. While roughly 2,100 CDL schools are licensed under state laws, the federal registry today listing some 35,000 providers. many of which Gold describes as CDL mills, offering little or no real instruction. He says the FMCSA, well, they hadn't been following up. Looks like they may be now. They don't have any enforcement capability, so anybody and their brother can put themselves in there as a licensed entity, and the federal government has no clue. The states have no clue. He said the disconnect explains how some of these drivers with no English proficiency, minimal training, or fraudulent credentials are securing CDLs and out there driving trucks. The schools are bypassing the state rules, self-certifying that they're following the minimum federal rules, but they really do not provide any kind of quality training. They're like blowing off the state part of the equation, and they're allowed to do it because employers are exempt, and everybody claims an exemption. TPR's original design required schools to show proof of state licensure before entering the federal database. During implementation back in 2022, that requirement vanished, he says, replaced by self-attestation, minimal verification. It definitely impacts schools like us, but it also impacts the overall safety of the industry. That's the big issue. When the Transportation Secretary announced the removal of nearly 3,000 commercial drivers training providers from their training registry, another 4,500 training providers placed on notice for potential noncompliance. That recent federal review found 44% of the 16,000 truck driving schools in the country did not comply or do not comply with the government rules. This widespread fraudulent licenses being issued all over the country. A recent Oregonian Oregon Live investigation uncovered an alleged cash for CDL's bribery scheme involving Skyline CDL School that regulators say mailed gold envelopes stuffed with $520, $530 in cash to a Washington state examiner in exchange for passing scores for unqualified drivers. Some drivers never took the test at all. 80% failed when retested. That prompted Washington to revoke Skyline's accreditation, canceled more than 100 commercial licenses. Officials said Skyline used unqualified instructors, falsified records, bypassed the English language requirements, and steered students to an examiner who allegedly entered fraudulent results for no-show drivers. There was a FreightWaves investigation earlier this year that revealed a Texas authorities discovered large-scale fraud among Mexican licenses, the conductor holders, the Mexican equivalent of a CDL. They found encampments of commercial trucks around major cities, many operated by drivers holding digital Mexican CDLs who were not actually from Mexico. Texas Highway Patrol told FreightWaves that roadside tests quickly exposed the deception. Troopers would ask supposed Guadalajaran residents about the city's beaches, even though Guadalajara is landlocked. There are no beaches. Some drivers responded, the water is really blue, inadvertently revealing their license was fake. Drivers admitted they purchased fraudulent LFCs for about $2,500 by emailing a selfie and wiring money to a third-party vendor. Officers then linked these fake licenses to rising crash rates among those LFC holders across the state of Texas. FreightWave CEO Craig Fuller described the post-2022 training environment as a proverbial hellscape. Deregulation has allowed thousands of unqualified drivers on the U.S. highways, Approximately 100,000 truck crashes occur annually, resulting in about 5,000 fatalities, a 40% increase in deaths since 2014. Self-certified providers offer only a few hours of online instruction, or in some cases direct the students to watch YouTube videos before they send them to actually get their CDL at the DMV. Back in October, Duffy said he's going to pursue these schools issuing fraudulent certifications and fleets that hire drivers with illegitimate credentials. Who's testing these drivers, he says? Who's checking if they speak English or even have the basic skills to drive a rig? We are prepared to use financial penalties, federal investigations, even revoking state authority to issue CDLs if necessary. Gold argues the FMCSA could resolve much of this crisis almost immediately by reinstating the original the rule requiring proof of state licensure before a school can appear on the TPR list. You got 35,000 training providers. There's no way they're all following the rules. And safety training drivers on our highway, we only have 2,100 state licensed schools. Only state licensed schools should be in that registry. Everyone else needs to get state license if you want to train people. Widespread fraud. It's 844-844-3388.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, hello to Rubber Duck. I guess still in the hospital, but he said he got moved out of ICU to monitor the new meds. And my blood pressure, of course, it's low. Drummer Girl. Should be about 11 degrees when I get home. All right, prayers for your family, Steve. Everybody have a safe weekend. Yeah, find a way to stay warm, right? Yeah, Buckeye Boy says, I'm kind of curious with this announcement of 10 roads going out and these changes taking place at CRST. Could this be because of the transportation department's elimination of the non-English speaking and unqualified drivers, as that maybe depleted the drivers so much they can't operate and fulfill their freight obligations. Now, as far as 10 roads goes, I think you might be on the right track there, Buckeye boy. Remember a few weeks back when the Postal Service, they said if a truck backs into the dock to be loaded with a load of mail, and they have the non-domiciled CDL or can't speak English, don't load them. And what was it? Probably, I guess a week, maybe two, before they announced, we had no idea how many drivers for the Postal Service fell into that category, so they had to kind of postpone that until they were talking sometime early next year. That's probably the case right there with that. But we'll pause for a news break. 844-844-3388. For 2 decades, TEL has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tel360.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
The pictures revealing a room with a dentist chair and masks along the wall. A library with a large chalkboard with words blacked out by the Democrats on the committee.
House Democrats have released video and photos of so-called Epstein Island.
Reports say they provide a detailed look at some of the rooms inside Jeffrey Epstein's Virgin Island estate. One room is said to have a dentist chair with masks on the walls, and another shows a library with the words power, music, and deception written on a blackboard with other words blacked out. Democrats on the House Oversight Committee released the videos and photos, which were taken by U.S. Virgin Island authorities. There are no people pictured, but there are redacted images of the late convicted sex offender's phone list. I'm Jacqueline Carl.
Hundreds of Border Patrol agents are in New Orleans as part of a federal law enforcement operation.
Federal agents are rounding up groups of migrant workers across the Big Easy, where agents in unmarked vehicles have been seen at locations where day laborers commonly gather. A Border Patrol commander says several hundred personnel will remain in New Orleans until the mission is accomplished. The governor wants operations to continue through Mardi Gras. The mayor-elect is less supportive. I'm Rory O'Neill.
The U.S. is halting all immigration applications from 19 non-European nations.
The Trump administration said on Tuesday it was pausing all green cards and U.S. citizenship applications from the 19 countries over national security and public safety concerns. Countries on the list include Afghanistan, Somalia, Venezuela, Haiti, and Iran. The move comes after an immigrant from Afghanistan was accused of shooting 2 National Guard members last month, not far from the White House. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Stocks closed mixed.
At the close, the Dow Jones Industrial Average was down 31. The S&P 500 gained 7. The Nasdaq rose 51. I'm Larry Kofsky.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
California Governor Gavin Newsom is smoothing things over with actress Halle Berry after she blasted him for twice vetoing a menopause health bill.
Berry said Newsom won't be governor forever and shouldn't be president. Hours later, his office released a statement saying the governor admired Berry for her position on this critical issue and that he vetoed the bill because it would have raised health care costs for millions of women and working families. Just one day later, his team said the menopause proposal is in next year's budget and that the actress just didn't know it before her speech. I'm Sharon Reardon.
Delta Airline CEO Ed Bastian is optimistic about the holiday travel season despite losses during the federal government shutdown.
Bastian told investors Wednesday that Christmas and New Year's look strong, while the Sunday after Thanksgiving broke the Atlanta-based airline's record for most bookings in a day. The shutdown cost Delta roughly $200 million due to cancellations and flight cuts from the FAA. The airline is still, though, expected to make $5 billion in profits this year. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Thanksgiving is over. It's time to get full on into Christmas. But before you get to decorating, there is a new trend this year.
According to House Beautiful, holiday decorations this year are going tacky. They say the uglier the better. To be on trend, reach for full-on 70s metallic ornaments. Everything mismatched, rainbow lights, and tinsel. Lots of tinsel. The thinking behind this year's tacky Christmas trend is a throwback to nostalgia of our childhood. Simple, colorful, no rules, and somehow it could be just right. I'm Bree Tennis.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, another hour underway as we roll into a Friday from time zone to time zone. Welcome aboard. 5th day of December. Looks like about, what are we at, 21 degrees outside the secret bunker. I guess it could be worse. Yeah, National Weather Service said, remember the cold blast we had a couple weeks ago, the end of November, that brought some of the coldest weather in months in the north central U.S. and in Minneapolis. They say it was briefly colder than it was on Mars. I'm thinking, how is that possible? What do you mean? Okay, they explain. On Thanksgiving Day, Minneapolis reached a high of 27 degrees, followed by several days stuck in the mid to upper 20s, about 10 degrees below average. It was the coldest stretch they had seen since back last February. Meanwhile, 225 million miles away on Mars, NASA's Curiosity rover measured daytime highs around 30 degrees. Just warm enough to edge out Minneapolis during that same period. They say, okay, the comparison took a big change after sunset. The late November nights dipped into the teens and 20s across Minneapolis, but temperatures on Mars dropped much lower. Curiosity recorded overnight lows about 100 degrees below zero. A reminder that even in the afternoon, readings appeared similar. The red planet is an entirely different world. The temperature swings on Mars because of its thin atmosphere and the lack of meaningful water vapor, both of which allow heat to escape rapidly once the sun sets. The Curiosity rover's been tracking weather on Mars since 2012. Onboard instruments monitoring temperature, wind, pressure, which have helped scientists study everyday weather patterns on Mars. Which, you talk about a temperature swing from the time the sun is up, sun goes down, temperatures obviously drop like a brick. A 130-degree swing in temperatures from sunlight to darkness. Well, Plowboy, on a Friday, what's happening, Plowboy?
Oh, good morning, Steve. Oh, not too much. Prayers and thoughts for your family and you. I'm kind of like it. I've been through some of them, graveyard fights, and it don't work very good.
Yeah, right.
But, there's always hard feelings no matter which way you look at it. No matter who you bow to, somebody's going to kick you in the head. Okay, I need to talk to Ed and Grump a minute. Steve, I think you're the perfect man, the perfect host for their next year venue of the college football report on Thursday night.
Okay.
Now, I'll tell you why. You tell us every damn night things we don't want to hear. And what you were just talking about, that damn weather forecast, you're right. So, Grump, Ed, welcome to your family. He is fine with us. Hell, like I said, he disappoints us, and hell, he makes us laugh. He makes us cuss him daily. So just join the rest of the party on this. Because football is damn near as worse as the damn weather can be. You never know what's going to bite you in the ponies next. Yeah. But, so far we're about the same temperature as y'all are over here in Kansas City. It's about 21 degrees. Not that bad. At least we ain't got no wind, but just, I can't wait till March. Get back to the right side of the damn clock. Back to the right side of the calendar. I'm so glad that they're hitting these trucking schools. Really, I am. And I think it's going to be a long time before lots of this gets washed out. And, hey, pat Sean Duffy on the back, shake his hand. Hell of a great job, because, Steve, every night I listen to a local scanner, the Highway Patrol up here in Lee Summit, Kansas City area. And they're running, the side that I listen on, kind of Midwest Central, Alpha Kansas City, 4 or 5 county side. It's cover 3570, 635 in that area. Steve, I can't tell you, at least once or twice a night, I hear of some driver pulling some stupid stunt. One rolled in the ditch here the other night. And I can't tell you how many damn times with a truck or with a car I'm hearing, this individual can't speak English. I need an interpreter.
Mm-hmm.
And clean them off the road. I hope it goes all the way. Any hiring company that's out there will get them out here, because like the Ubers and all that, we don't need them. We don't need anybody who can not speak English, don't know what's going on. But leading me up in something I seen here the other day, did I see where Waymo damn near got into a hell of a mess here the other night? Waymo got involved in, could have been involved if, I think his LAPD cleaned it up, because I guess they didn't want to stick their thumb in their eye, in Waymo's eye. But Waymo, from the way I was gathering it, one of their Waymo taxis, autonomous at that, rolled up into a PD scene that was going on, a live PD scene. I don't know what was going on, but that could have been a very bad situation.
Right.
Somebody could have got killed, and I mean, yeah, it's just crazy. Everybody was wanting to go autonomous, and you never know what. And more they, I'll get off that subject, but well, back to my football. I'm with Grump. I think, honestly, it's going to be a home field advantage for Georgia. And unfortunately, I hate to say it, I think they're going to pull it off. Whereas, I'll flip back and say it's going to be a hard game with Indiana and Ohio State. Because what nail biter did they just come out, 3-4 weeks ago? Remember when they played Penn State and rode it all the way to the end and barely got beat by Penn State barely got beat by them. And I think it is going to be a damn good Saturday of championships. Really, I do. But I do have to disagree with Ed. I think North Texas might get beat by Tulane. Here's one reason. Are they not without a coach? I think they are coach hunting right now. And as we all seen, without a coach does not make for a good game. Just my outlooks and my standpoint on it.
Very good.
Well, I appreciate it. Well, prayers and thoughts for your family again there, Steve. We'll talk to you
all
later.
Right, Plowboy, thank you much. The Waymo scenario, I guess that occurred while I was out last couple of days. Need to get somewhere quick. Caution be damned. Take a Waymo. Early Tuesday morning, a self-driving Waymo took their passengers, their riders, took their lives into its hands when it drove through a red light and directly into a violent police standoff at an intersection in downtown L.A., where police had made a felony stop after a chase through the city. Footage shared by influencer Alex Choi shows the Waymo rolling past the row of squad cars like there's no cares in the world, coming just feet away from the driver, who was lying face down on the asphalt. ostensibly complying with police. In the video, though, officers can be heard yelling at the Waymo to clear the area. Instead, it did the exact opposite, slowly coming to a crawl and trying to sidle up to the curb right where the suspect was being held at gunpoint. Go to your left, go to your left. An officer can be heard yelling as the driverless cab throws its right side blinker on. Of course, the Waymo doesn't respond to outside verbal commands. No one was hurt, although the entire intersection was shut down for a little while. In response to the incident, a company spokesperson said, "Safety is our highest priority at Waymo, both for people who choose to ride with us and whom we share the streets. When we encounter unusual events like this, we learn from them as we continue improving safety and operating in dynamic cities." Of course, elsewhere in California, Waymo has been plagued by operational issues. San Francisco, for example, a Waymo vehicle ran over a beloved neighborhood cat. Meanwhile, in Santa Monica, 2 key Waymo charging lots were forced to halt overnight operations after nearby residents complained about round-the-clock noise, unnecessary traffic as a result of the company's activity. These just go to show how complicated roadways can be. A human can recognize the row of police lined up, the squad cars, as something not to just mosey on past, but a self-driving cab evidently struggles with that concept. Given that police alone execute over 12,000 roadside operations every day in this country, Waymo's handling of this will surely be a barometer to tell just how much they learn with each passing day. Wow.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here at 844-844-3388. What's going on, Pappy?
How you doing, buddy? Hanging in there?
Hanging with them, yep, as they say. Yep, doing all right.
Yeah. That all you can do, my friend.
Steve, that's why she was called an ex-wife.
Right? Right.
Right? Yeah, I think your mom probably doing the right thing and just counting the cards and go get a plot and be done with it. Just amazes you how some people, can act, though, that's for sure. Anywho, we all probably need to catch you up on times, what's been going on here. I don't know if you heard, but Dan Bongino gave a press conference. They arrested the pipe bomber.
Correct.
And it's not a female. Which had me thinking, I wonder if all that talk about a female was just to divert from the truth, or do they really got the right person in custody? I don't know. See, I'll tell you what, I just don't know what to think anymore, man. I'm telling you, I saw some video. I think they just released it tonight. But I saw it damn near a year ago. And I'm telling you, that looked like a female. It walked like a female in that video. Now, it's possible. Not to insult anybody, but it's possible if this male that they have under arrest, it's the right terminology here. I don't know. Goes with the other side. Let's just say, I don't know. Has a feminine walk to him, Steve. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? That could be. I don't know. We'll see, man. We will see. They haven't, unless you heard, they didn't put out too much about this guy. I haven't really heard too much about him, if they're putting anything out at all yet. They might be waiting. I know they're still doing some search warrants on probably his residence, doing some other stuff. So maybe in the short coming days here, we'll find out more about this guy, who he worked for. If he talks, we'll see. But what else? Man, I guess things are heating up in Venezuela too. I think I heard something about Trump giving that dude till Friday to get out or something. And the left is really going after Defense Sec Pete Hegseth. They're calling for his head. Steve, listen, right. we talked about this a couple weeks ago. What are they calling these 6 people that came out? I forget. They got a nickname for them.
The seditious 6.
They came out. Yes, that's it. That came out with their little videos about not following orders or quote unlawful orders. Man, Glenn Beck put out a great video that could you just picture over in Russia, right? You got Putin over there saying, all right, boys, we're going into the Ukraine. Well, I don't know there, Putin. That might be an unlawful order, man. If you had some government officials over in Russia telling the Russian soldiers, I don't know if you need to be listening to Putin, man. This could be an unlawful order. This could be what are they saying? International or Oh, thank God, Steve. Help me out here. He could be charged with... They're trying to say Pete could be charged with... what do they call that if you violate the rules? Daggone it. Come on, Steve. Help me out here. I am really having a brain fart here.
I know the word you're looking for, but I mean, they had the general. Yeah. The general yesterday testified that there was no kill 'em all order.
Oh, they'd sink the boat, Steve. That was their job, to sink the boat. And if it took 1 round to do it, or 2 rounds, or 3 rounds, whatever, right? They sank the boat. But to think that they could be criminally charged, right? They're trying to criminally charge Pete Hegseth. And if they say, you know, if you violate these international rules, and we will decide what the rules are. When we get back in power, they made it clear, Steve, if they get back in power, they've all been saying this. If we get back in power, you're all going to jail. So I don't know, man. There's people calling. I heard a good thing from General Michael Flynn. He's saying that there's a coup building up. So we'll see. Keep your eye on it. All right, bud. I know you're about me. Our prayers out to you. If you need anything, give me a holler, man. I got 19 degrees on this cruiser dash.
Burr.
So stay warm. I appreciate it.
You do the same out there. Stay warm. All right. Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is taking aim again at Somali immigrants and Minnesota Somali American Congresswoman Ilhan Omar.
Speaking from the Oval Office on Wednesday, Trump said Omar should never have been allowed to become a member of Congress.
Somalia, what the Somalian people have done to Minnesota is not even believable.
Earlier in the week, Trump called Somali immigrants garbage. His comments come as ICE has reportedly started an immigration operation in Minnesota targeting Somali communities. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Former CNN anchor Valeria Hoff DiCarlo has died at age 62 after a battle with lung cancer. She has been survived by her husband and 2 sons, remembered by her family as a strong, loving mother despite the public scandal. Stocks closed mixed.
At the close, the Dow Jones Industrial Average was down 31. The S&P 500 gained 7. The Nasdaq rose 51. I'm Larry Kofsky.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join Medi-Share and save even more than usual. For many families, joining Medi-Share means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. More than 1 million people are part of healthcare sharing now because it just makes so much sense right now. And Medi-Share is the gold standard. Members like it a lot. We know this from member surveys. Medi-Share has been around for over 30 years. It is a proven thing. And if you join before December 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee. So you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline's December 15th. Call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. It's 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
And I kind of figured Pappy would be chiming in about the so-called pipe bomber, January 6th. And they did release some interesting details about the background. And now here's what we have. Apparently this guy, Brian Cole Jr., 30 years old, battled the Department of Homeland Security during President Trump's first term. The report said Cole worked for a bail bond company that was owned by his father that advocated for illegal immigrants. The report said Cole's father owned multiple businesses, one of which was Statewide Bonding Incorporated. Immigration bonds that work to get illegal immigrants out of jail. On November 10 of 2020, the U.S. Court of Appeals in D.C. affirmed a lower court ruling that tossed out a lawsuit from the company against the Trump administration. In November of 2021, the company brought in Benjamin Crump, a lawyer who specialized in civil rights cases and representing the family of Trayvon Martin, urging the Biden-era Department of Justice to investigate a local Tennessee prosecutor who had raised questions about the bail bond company. The elder Cole Sr., said Rutherford County Assistant District Attorney John Zimmerman's concerns about the company's ethics amounted to racism. Cole Sr. is black. He defamed me. He's called my insurance company. We hope the Department of Justice can come in, do a brief investigation, because we've seen a lot of questionable acts that Mr. Zimmerman has demonstrated towards minority-owned companies. Well, in April, a Tennessee appeals court said the company had conducted misconduct. The elder Cole lied about having never filed for bankruptcy or having other financial problems when he, in fact, had filed for bankruptcy twice and had tax liens against him. Court documents indicate long before that, Brian Cole Jr. had begun purchasing the pieces that could be made into a bomb. Purchased 6 pipes, 12 black end caps, and electrical wires at various Home Depot stores between May of 2019 and November of 2020. Cole purchased 5 9-volt battery connectors from Micro Center and purchased kitchen timers from Walmart. The charging documents indicated Cole was near the scene of the Republican headquarters at about the time the bombs were placed. Attorney General Pam Bondi said the Biden administration chose not to pursue the case. The total lack of movement undermines trust in law enforcement. This all had languished for 4 years until Kash Patel and Dan Bongino came to the FBI. There was no new tip. There were no new witnesses. All this information had been sitting at the FBI for 4 years, she says. Now, the initial story, the first time investigators have settled on a suspect, an act that has long vexed law enforcement, spawning multiple conspiracy theories, remained the enduring mystery in the shadow of the dark chapter that is the violent Capitol siege. Pipe bombs were placed on the evening of January 5 near the offices of both the Democrat and Republican national committees there in D.C. Nobody was hurt before they were rendered safe, but the FBI said both devices could have been lethal. In all those passing years now, investigators have sought the public's help in identifying this shadowy subject seen on surveillance, even as they struggled to determine answers to basic questions, including the gender or the motive, whether it had any connection to the riot at the Capitol the following day, January the 6th. Seeking a breakthrough, the FBI last January publicized some additional information about the investigation, including an estimate that the suspect was about 5'7", previously unreleased video of the suspect placing one of the bombs. For 4 years, they say, struggled to pinpoint a suspect despite hundreds of tips, tens of thousands of video files, and a significant number of interviews. But it all comes together here. We had many right-wing media outlets talking about conspiracy theories we had discussed. Was this some sort of an inside job there with possible Secret Service or Capitol Police? Bongino had actually floated that possibility last year before being tapped for his job there at the Secret Service. He felt like it was a massive cover-up, some possible inside job. But that's the breakdown, the new suspect. Meanwhile, as far as you mentioned going after Pete Hegseth, they had the admiral on the hot seat yesterday, the Navy admiral who said there was no kill them all order from War Secretary Pete Hegseth as Congress scrutinizes the attack that killed 2 survivors after the initial strike on the drug boat in international waters. Admiral Frank Bradley was very clear that he was given no such order to give them no quarter or kill them all. He was given an order that, of course, was written down in great detail. Tom Cotton spoke after exiting the classified briefing, defending the attack. There was a Democrat that was also briefed, said, well, while there was no kill them all order from Hegseth, he's still deeply concerned by the video of the second strike. You have two individuals in clear distress without any means of locomotion with a destroyed vessel that were killed by the United States. Now, Bradley was joined by the Capitol by General Dan Kane. They were stating that the reason for the second strike was, it appeared, the two individuals, the two survivors, which they, of course, monitoring from above. After the initial strike that I believe killed 9, these two individuals surfaced, and they were believed to have been communicating via handheld radios with other drug boats in the vicinity so they could continue the journey with the drugs, I guess the surviving drugs. Not sure what had actually been or not been destroyed, but that's why the Admiral said they opted for a second strike. All right, let's get to Brain Dead joining us here on a Friday. It's been a while. How's things been going, Brain Dead?
A lot better than you. I heard about your Uncle Fred there. We send out our condolences. It's, something that an old family friend of mine told me. He says, death is nothing but a change of address. So, I mean, well, a lot going on, Steve. And now, real quickly before we get to NASCAR, I heard in a podcast you were talking about Kroger shutting down the fulfillment facilities.
Yeah.
Down in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
That don't surprise me. I mean, they sit here and whine and complain and moan because that they need to expand their e-commerce footprint, but shut down these fulfillment centers, which is an actual company employee, and they want to send it off to Instacart or DoorDash. I mean, if you're going to try to compete with Amazon, and Amazon has delivery services like that, then you need to figure out what Amazon's doing right. I mean, and this is the same thing, too. Kroger does not listen to their customers. We had a very profitable store just south of Jackson, Mississippi. And one of the senior drivers was telling me that, it was making decent profit. Everybody wanted the store. And Kroger says, well, we don't have the money to put into building a new store, nor do we have the money to remodel this new store, so we're just going to close it down. That don't make good sense. If you have the community that's telling you, hey, we want your store here, we want to expand it a little bit, I give up with this company because we hear now we're 2 years away from our contract being renewed, and we're not into panic mode yet, but we're circling the wagons trying to figure out what they're going to do with us and the Teamsters. And quite honestly, and I'm going to say this point blank, the union only cares about two people, and that's ABF and UPS. They could care less about anybody else. The international, they could care less, Steve. So and something interesting happened over the Thanksgiving holiday. But let me get to NASCAR real quick. Now I know you haven't been following this, and someone that's been a lifelong NASCAR fan, it's really interesting what's come out. I mean, just the amount of money that the teams put out every year, and they're paying NASCAR for it. And they sat here and said that they were charged $168,000 for Wi-Fi at the tracks for a year. That's a lot of money. And on top of that, they have what they call SMT data, which is all the cars are linked up to one computer base, and you can see how your car is doing versus somebody else's car and how they're driving.
Mm-hmm.
So NASCAR bought up SMT. NASCAR owns all the tracks. Now, they have a clause in all these contracts that says, hey, you cannot hold a non-NASCAR sanctioned event, period. Now, here's where the gray area comes in. Now, like Charlotte and Bristol, they'll allow the NHRA to come in because they're using a total separate track. But as far as the circle track goes, you can't hold anything else. You can't even hold a monster truck jam there. I don't know how in the world Bristol got around with holding a baseball game, but still, though, because I think that is part of ISC, if I remember right. I'll have to go back and double check. But it's really interesting what all's come out and the numbers. Denny Hamlin sent an email to Jim France saying, hey, these cars are getting costly. $20 million a car a year is outrageous. And that $20 million a car, that's not the gas, the drivers, the employees, none of that. That's just the basic car for that team for that year. And that they need to get that down to about $10 million a year. And Jim France said, no, we're not going to go do that. But we're going to give you $12 million, though. So, and then this is where the sponsorship shortfall comes in because they've got to make up that other $8 million, and they're fighting with NASCAR to get these sponsors. I remember when Germain Racing had Geico. Well, NASCAR went into Geico and said, hey, why don't you come over to us, and here's what we can do. And once Geico left, Germain Racing went out of business. And this is something interesting that I failed to remember. When they first came out with these charters in 2020, if I remember right, there was 19 teams. 11 of those teams have gone bankrupt. 11 teams have gone bankrupt under your charter system. And the charter system is flawed. Hell, even one of the people that put this together said to NASCAR, this is a flawed system. This is not going to work. But NASCAR went through anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, it's really crazy how things are coming out of the woodwork. I mean, Bob Jenkins said in 10 years he's lost $70 million. And this past year, I think he self-funded like 6 or 9 races. I mean, it's crazy. But when you look at the flip side, though, 2311 has this profit that they're making every year. Now, coming up, there's key witnesses. I think Richard Childress testified this past day. But the one to really watch for is Roger Penske. Roger Penske is being called to testify. And he's going to be called because, A, he owns, or his company owns the Indy 500 and that road course out there in California. But at the same time, though, he owns a competitive series with IndyCar, and how they are taking NASCAR structure of charters to their series and how well it's going to work and all of that. So, But Steve, real quickly, something interesting did happen over the holiday. Now, I have cousins and relatives that I don't speak to a whole heck of a lot. I've got one that lives up in your neck of the woods, up by Columbus, Ohio. He told me the town name, and I can't remember.
Mm-hmm.
And we touch base every now and then. He said, you remember my caring neighbors I told you about here a few months back? I said, yeah. He said, well, I got them really good at Halloween. I said, oh, how did you get them at Halloween? He said, well, what I did is, those little bite-sized Baby Ruth bars? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
the little ones you get?
Mm-hmm.
He said he figured a way how to unseal it. Now, he's got a couple bulldogs, purebred bulldogs. And what he did is he got their leavings and made it look like into one of those little Baby Ruth bars. Sealed it up and handed it to his neighbors. So, hey, Christmas is coming up. Maybe I'll see how that happened. But, Steve, I got to get to work, buddy. You have a good morning.
All right. Nothing like a bite-sized Baby Ruth.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
In the heavens above, we have the International Space Station, which, according to the report I came across, for the first time in its 25-year history, the space station has every vehicle port filled at the same time. NASA, they say, has confirmed all 8 docking ports on the current configuration of the space station are simultaneously occupied. A logistical milestone for the orbiting laboratory. Assembly of the space station began in 1998, but only now has its visiting spacecraft infrastructure been pushed to its full capacity limit. What they describe as the orbital traffic jam, featuring a mix of cargo and crew vehicles from multiple space agencies and commercial partners on the U.S. segment. Northrop Grumman's Cygnus 23 cargo spacecraft is attached to the Unity module, while there are 2 SpaceX Dragon capsules, CRS-33 for cargo and Crew 11 for astronauts, that are occupying Harmony's forward and space-facing ports. The Russian segment hosting 2 Progress freighters, Progress 92 and Progress 93 at the Poisk and Zvezda modules, respectively, alongside 2 Soyuz spacecraft. The Soyuz MS-28 recently delivered a new crew, while the Soyuz MS-27 is preparing to return 3 passengers to Earth, with a landing in Kazakhstan planned here early this month. Completing the lineup is Japan's new HTV X-1 cargo craft that is berthed to Harmony's Nadir port, demonstrating their next-generation resupply capabilities, coordinating 8 docked vehicles. They say demands precise choreography from mission control teams using tools like the Canadarm robotic arm to reposition spacecraft and maintain safe clearances. But this record-setting configuration, showcasing how international and commercial traffic can be managed in low Earth orbit. Fascinating. A preview of the complex traffic patterns that future space stations and lunar gateways are going to have to handle, but 8 individual separate craft all docked simultaneously at the International Space Station. That's pretty fascinating. All right, a couple of minutes before news break as we roll up toward the midnight hour on the West Coast. Let me, kind of unusual to hear, Florida saying no to possibly drilling operations off the coast. Florida's entire U.S. congressional delegation this past day urging President Trump to leave their state out of the plan to expand oil and gas drilling to some new coastal areas, saying it would threaten the state's military and tourism industries. The letter to the president from Florida Senators Rick Scott and Ashley Moody and the state's 28 members of the House of Representatives, a rare bipartisan pushback against the president's policy. Most of Florida's members of Congress, of course, are Republicans. Now, they say the key is the risks posed by new offshore drilling outweigh any short-term gains. More than 50,000 jobs in the Florida Panhandle are tied to operations at military facilities connected to what they call the Gulf Test Range, a vast area over the Gulf where advanced weapons and air combat tactics are tested. Drilling apparently would result in encroachment of the Gulf Test Range. Florida's beaches generate $127.7 billion a year in tourism spending, supporting some 2.1 million jobs. I guess the Interior Department unveiled a proposal that was going to open the door for additional future leasing to the eastern portion of the Gulf, which has long been protected from energy development because it's used for military testing and training.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit TEL360.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
The pictures revealing a room with a dentist chair and masks along the wall. A library with a large chalkboard with words blacked out by the Democrats on the committee.
House Democrats have released video and photos of so-called Epstein Island.
Reports say they provide a detailed look at some of the rooms inside Jeffrey Epstein's Virgin Island estate. One room is said to have a dentist chair with masks on the walls, and another shows a library with the words power, music, and deception written on a blackboard with other words blacked out. Democrats on the House Oversight Committee released the videos and photos, which were taken by U.S. Virgin Island authorities. There are no people pictured, but there are redacted images of the late convicted sex offender's phone list. I'm Jacqueline Carl.
Hundreds of Border Patrol agents are in New Orleans as part of a federal law enforcement operation.
Federal agents are rounding up groups of migrant workers across the Big Easy, where agents in unmarked vehicles have been seen at locations where day laborers commonly gather. A Border Patrol commander says several hundred personnel personnel will remain in New Orleans until the mission is accomplished. The governor wants operations to continue through Mardi Gras. The mayor-elect is less supportive. I'm Rory O'Neill.
The U.S. is halting all immigration applications from 19 non-European nations.
The Trump administration said on Tuesday it was pausing all green cards and U.S. citizenship applications from the 19 countries over national security and public safety concerns. Countries on the list include Afghanistan, Somalia, Venezuela, Haiti, and Iran. The move comes after an immigrant from Afghanistan was accused of shooting 2 National Guard members last month, not far from the White House. I'm Mark Mayfield.
Stocks closed mixed.
At the close, the Dow Jones Industrial Average was down 31. The S&P 500 gained 7. The NASDAQ rose 51. I'm Larry Kofsky.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
California Governor Gavin Newsom is smoothing things over with actress Halle Berry after she blasted him for twice vetoing a menopause health bill.
Berry said Newsom won't be governor forever and shouldn't be president. Hours later, his office released a statement saying the governor admired Berry for her position on this critical issue and that he vetoed the bill because it would have raised health care costs for millions of women and working families. Just one day later, his team said the menopause proposal is in next year's budget and that the actress just didn't know it before her speech. I'm Sharon Reardon.
Delta Airlines CEO Ed Bastian is optimistic about the holiday travel season despite losses during the federal government shutdown.
Bastian told investors Wednesday that Christmas and New Year's look strong, while the Sunday after Thanksgiving broke the Atlanta-based airline's record for most bookings in a day. The shutdown cost Delta roughly $200 million due to cancellations and flight cuts from the FAA. The airline is still, though, expected to make $5 billion in profits this year. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
Thanksgiving is over. It's time to get full on into Christmas. But before you get to decorating, there is a new trend this year.
According to House Beautiful, holiday decorations this year are going tacky. They say the uglier the better. To be on trend, reach for full-on 70s metallic ornaments. Everything mismatched, rainbow lights, and tinsel. Lots of tinsel. The thinking behind this year's tacky Christmas trend is a throwback to nostalgia of our childhood. Simple, colorful, no rules, and somehow it could be just right. I'm Bree Tennis.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Yes, indeed. Got us a Friday weekend coming on. Trust you've had a good week. Hey, let's head on down to the Sunshine State. Hey, morning, Philip.
Morning, buddy. My condolences to you and your family, buddy, on Fred. Just wanted to mention that to you. You were talking about the offshore drilling in Florida. A lot of people don't realize it, but there's all kinds of oil off of the state of Florida in the Atlantic side and the Gulf side. But a lot of it has been over the years because of tourism and, like you said, military. On the east side, there's Cape Canaveral. You don't want to shoot rockets over that stuff. But the big thing, Steve, that they've looked at over the years is just like what happened with BP many years ago in the Gulf. Remember that one, Steve?
Yes.
With that big oil spill?
Absolutely.
And that's the reason why the state has been the way it has been about drilling off of, offshore. And pretty much just about every president has backed it. There's been a few that have tried it. I think Jeb Bush tried, was looking at it one time when he was in office as a governor. But, it's always been one of those things. Should we drill off? Because it's off of there. They know it's off of there. And to be quite honest, off of the Panhandle area, like you said, with the military, if there's ordnance that's out there in the Gulf that hasn't been exploded, and you start going out there and start trying to drill for oil, and you hit something that you don't want to hit that might cause an explosion, we don't want that. So that's what they're looking at too as well. I mean, it's one of those catch-20 type things. We don't know what exactly it's gonna happen with it. But the big thing has always been the tourism, because that's what the state generates the majority of its money on. A lot of it is tourism. Do you really want oil wells off of Miami? Now, Miami has got a lot of rich folks from Miami all the way up to Palm Beach. President's got a place up there in Palm Beach. They don't want that kind of stuff offshore, and there's a lot of influential people that live in Miami. So, and picture Key West. There's tons of stuff down around Key West. I imagine analysts have looked down there many times before about even down by Key West. And do you really want to destroy paradise? It's one of those things, Steve.
Right.
So what's your feelings about it?
They're saying it's like an eyesore to have the oil rigs. You can see them on the horizon kind of thing.
They said that in the Gulf, but I think more of it now since we have more of the movement, I call it the green movement today. We got a lot of folks like, that they don't want to kill the ecological system. Mm-hmm. They're afraid they're going to kill the ecological system with something like what happened with BP. Now, a lot of folks don't know it, but when we had that BP spill, a lot of that came to Florida. Depending on which way the wind was blowing and the waves were going, it came down here. They came all the way from Tampa. They had oil drifting in from all the way from down by the Keys all the way up to the Panhandle, when that oil moved. And they don't want that, especially on the East Coast side has always been, the folks over on the East Coast side of Florida have always been, we don't want that mess in here. That's been their feelings because of that ecological damage that could be caused by it. And like I said, they're pretty much all our state governments have been that way for years. Years. This has been going on. This has just happened yesterday. It's been going on for I'm in my late 50s, and I can remember it even when I was a kid. The discussions about, well, should we drill off the east coast of Florida? And then they start looking at Cape Canaveral. Well, we're shooting rockets over it. And Steve, did you? There was a story that came out about China you know how Elon, we land those rockets back on the barges after they take off here at the Cape. Well, they tried landing the rocket over in China, and it missed its mark, and the booster came back. And it missed it by a few meters, but they couldn't bring it back to a barge. They were going to bring it back to a landing facility, kind of like what they have over here at Cape Canaveral. And they missed their mark. I don't know. Did you hear anything about that story?
I have not. I can't say that I have. Nope.
Yeah, they've got a bunch of rocket companies over in China that are developing. They're kind of like SpaceX and Blue Origin that are doing the same thing, and they're trying to get into the reusable rocket deal. And they launched one the other day, and it came back. Everything went perfect with the flight, except when the booster came back, it missed its mark and landed. It landed several meters away from the actual landing facility. You know, everybody's trying to get into it now since SpaceX has broke into that. I mean, well, Blue Origin was actually started when SpaceX was already into it, but everybody's trying to get into that reusable thing. And China is big time into it, trying to get into it too. So we'll see. And you were talking about the space station and all the ports being full. That has happened before, but not on the level it is now. And it's a different situation now because, like you said, there's a lot of different types of capsules. And I mentioned on here the other day, that's what they're thinking about doing with the Starliner. They're thinking about making it a, supply ship for the ISS. You know, instead of having people come up on it, they're going to use it just for cargo missions if they need to get cargo up there. That's one of the uses that they're thinking about using it. And they've only got 4 flights left on it by contract. But there's a lot of stuff going on. That ISS, she's getting old and she's falling apart. She's meeting the same fate as the Skylab and the Mir and all those space stations of long ago. And I think she's in a lot worse shape than what people think she is. I saw another interesting article the other day about poverty, Steve. You know, the average poverty level by the government standards in the United States is $32,000 a year that somebody makes or below. And we've heard of UNICEF and all these different organizations. They did a study and said, actually, if you add in inflation and all that, it's about $86,000 a year or below. And think about how many people in the United States actually make below $86,000, Steve. That's a pretty good piece of the United States. What do you think?
Absolutely.
And in their study, they showed that you would really, if you wanted to live really comfortable and be considered what middle class would be by today's standards, you would have to make $140,000. Now, I don't know too many people that make $140,000. Do you, Steve?
Not many. No, sir.
And I mean, I was like, wow. And I've seen another story about Ukraine. Now, Ukraine is specializing in something right now that I don't know if the world knows about, but with this war with Russia, they have become incredibly experts on drone warfare. So they are the top developing drone warfare because they've used it so much in this war, and they have special parts of their military that are just for drones. They're using drones to attack everything on the ground. They've got sea drones, they've got air drones. They're using it to attack Russia's soldiers. And I've seen an interesting story with CBS on that one, and that's kind of crazy to think. You really don't even need anybody out in the field. You just have these drones fighting each other, type of thing, is what they could show that it could come to. But I guess Russia doesn't have the drone technology like Ukraine does, and that's one of their advantages right now. I mean, they used it to blow tankers up. They're using these. They have these mini drones that look like a little tank that are going out and actually planning. They can see when the troops are coming in. They're planting mines and burying it in, and they don't even know they're there, and they're blowing them up. And these things are crazy. It's like a little Bobcat skid steer and it's just a real tiny little thing with tracks, and it's going out there and digging a hole and burying a mine. They can put these in before they hit, and then when their armored equipment comes in, the Russia stuff, and they blow it up. They're attacking guys in foxholes. So you got Russian soldiers in a foxhole. They got the drones that are going in the foxhole and attacking them. I mean, even down here in the state of Florida, Steve, right now in the schools, they just put a system in that they're testing in my county that's going to have drones inside a school in case they have an active shooter situation that can go in the room with the active shooter and take the active shooter out. Now, I don't know if you've seen that technology yet or not, but it's out there, and they're experimenting with it here. I mean, Volusia County, we're putting it in a school system with our sheriff's department.
Wow.
You know, to where this drone can go in and see where the active shooter is, okay, before we start bringing people in, see where the active shooter is, will actually doesn't shoot bullets. It shoots like a rubber pellet type of bullet onto the active shooter to kind of bring them down. And then it can transmit all the information back to whoever, and they can see it. Oh, golly, we can go in that room. You know, just shows how they're doing it, and they're going to experiment it within the high schools. So this drone will literally fly around inside the building, and if they have to, they can actually fly it through a window. It has the capability of flying through a window without getting broke. So pretty neat technology stuff out there right now. So, but I'm glad you're back. I'm sorry to hear about you, Uncle Bud, and y'all have a good day. Thank you.
All right. Hey, thanks for checking in, Philip. Have a great day. Have a good weekend. I know he doesn't get much of a weekend. Like Sunday, that's it.
Mother Nature was tough on the 2025 NTPA Grand National Tour, but the Superstock Open Tractors made the most of the shortened season. This is the NTPA Overnight Report from the National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio. I'm Greg Hunter. With only 9 pulls scheduled for 2025, the battle was going to be short and intense, which it was, and it came down to the Enderley pull-off before we crowned our champ. Just like the rest of the Grand National classes, the first hook of the year was in Tomah, but Mother Nature decided only one night of pulling for the Budweiser Dairyland Super Nationals was all we needed after raining out night number 1. Night 2 in Tomah basically told us how the season would end up. Terry Blackburn took the win en route to his 2025 title, beating Colin Ross in triple bypass. With a total of 217 points on the season, Terry Blackburn took Extremely Armed and Dangerous to a title, only by 1 point in a battle till the end. With 3 rainouts of the 9 hooks, Terry made the most of his 6 hooks on the Grand National Tour, never finishing lower than 5th. The numbers were very simple. First in Tomah, 4th and 2nd in Rockwell, back-to-back firsts in Bowling Green, and a 5th to end the year at the Enderley pull-off. With rainouts in Tomah and both nights in Fort Recovery, the season was short, which made the points battle very tight and very exciting. With an average finish of 2nd, it's tough to say that Terry would be denied a title in 2025. Although Colin Ross in triple bypass made more pulls in 2025, he came up just short in the Grand National points. With an average finish of 2nd, it was basically a tie with Terry, 1 point separating the two. Although Colin made a total of 20 hooks on the NTPA schedule, there were only 6 Grand National events, and he came up just short of a title, which fuels the fire going into 2026. Rounding out the top 10, in 3rd, Dylan and Alan Babel with Under the Influence. Holding 4th was another from the Cheez-It camp, with Cody Cheez-It piloting Considered Armed and Dangerous. In 5th was John Raymond in his 1968 John Deere 5020. 6th went to Scott Whitworth in his 71 John Deere he calls Field Forged. In 7th spot was Zane Daly and Rutten Deere 2. In 8th was Rutten Deere, with driving duty split between Robert Gasmere and Zane Daly. Holding down 9th was Josh Strickland and Brett Payne with Galat 2. And rounding out the top 10 was Mark Bigner and Warrior. Keep up with the NTPA all winter long and into 2026 by going to ntpapoll.com at least weekly, as news is updated every single day, and you do not want to be left out. With the holidays now here, it's time to stop by shopntpa.com to get the polling fan in your life the perfect shirt, hoodie, or collectible this holiday season. Get them before they're gone and in plenty of time by ordering now at shopntpa.com. This has been the NTPA Overnight Report. I'm Greg Hunter. Remember, pull hard.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, we are back at it. You're on an early Friday. Thanks for being with us. See what's going on there in Horse Feathers, neck of the woods.
It's all dry and clear here, Your Honor.
Oh, is that not supposed to change at some point? I don't know. You're on the northern edge, or you?
Yeah, we're on the northern top side, and I don't know. They were saying early yesterday we were supposed to have anything, and then middle of the day they're like, oh no, our model's changed. It's going to snow all the way up to the state line, and by 6 o'clock they changed it back to now. No, the 95 corridor is going to be the dividing line there. So everything south and east of 95 will have snow there from Baltimore and the eastern shore and going up on the Jersey coast and that area up there. Maybe, Delaware, Philadelphia area might have some, but not too far west of 95. So anyways, as everybody says there, sorry to hear the passing of Uncle Fred there, but as you say, part of life is what we got to deal with. I can't believe Grump didn't suggest, but if the ex-wife really absolutely has to be in that plot, I think I know a guy. I mean, I don't know. Anyways, if she really wants to be there, though, I mean, we can make arrangements that she could be there. I don't know. Maybe she wasn't planning on. I don't know. Anyway. Yeah. So, but yeah, weather-wise, they're talking, possibly inch and a half, maybe 2 inches for southern Maryland, and it really looks like Virginia is going to get the most out of it. So, all the way across Virginia, all the way to, the coast there, Williamsburg and Newport and all that area down there. They're talking they could get some decent amount of snow down there. So just kind of watch yourself down south of D.C. area and all that there, especially but it'll be better coming up if you get through all that. It'll be better coming north. So anyways, I don't know. There's been a bunch of stories go on. The the pipe bomb story I thought was pretty interesting because, you know, after January 6th, what did we hear the report? Like one time on the national news? And then all of a sudden it all just disappeared. We couldn't find out anything about it, like it never happened. And, you know, a bunch of us that, you know, were always talking about it kind of every now and then, but never really could find anything about it. And now, lo and behold, it's back in the news on the major news networks. So, I don't know. It'd be interesting to see more of the story and where it's been for the last, I don't know, at least, 5 years, 5.5 years, almost 6 years now. But anyways, we'll see where all that goes. I do have a question for you. Do you have now you got Union Township out there around Cincinnati somewhere, right?
That is correct.
And there's a East View or East Point Mall or something. And supposedly they have a big anchor store that's been closed, and supposedly the Advanced Auto Parts was looking to go in there, but it looks like they're going to be blocked because they want to do something different with the facility. Do you have any information on what's going on with this facility, this mall, that they didn't allow this?
I can't say that I do. Not really. I haven't seen anything.
Well, I kind of saw it on Facebook, so, you know, because everything on Facebook is true. That's why I was bringing it up to ask you, but maybe you can look into that a little bit. But it looks like that, you know, the local municipality doesn't want the development to stay in the mall. It wants to do something different with the property. So according to this story, they weren't allowing it was going to be like a super center Advanced Auto Parts by what they said. But again, maybe it was all fake. Maybe it was all just AI just to cause me to ask you on the radio or something. To, you know, I don't know. Just never know out there anymore with what's there, what's true, what's not, who's here, what's there. And, you know, so, but anyways, there's you know, this whole AI deal. Did you hear the bit there? They're using AI now so you can choose your Christmas gift. And
I did catch some of that on the news break here a bit earlier. You hold the thought. First, Tel gets into a factory warranty truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit Tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A New York Post report says people in Representative Ilhan Omar's political circle benefited from a massive COVID-era welfare fraud scheme in Minnesota, although Omar herself has not been directly tied to this crime. She told CNN why the fraud got so out of control.
I just think that a lot of the COVID programs that were set up, they were set up so quickly that a lot of the guardrails did not get created.
Dozens have been charged in the $250 million scandal, prompting new federal scrutiny and questions about how state officials allowed the fraud to grow unchecked. Hillary Clinton is blaming social media, especially TikTok, for young Americans' critical views of Israel, claiming misinformation is shaping opinions. Critics note her focus mirrors past concerns about Facebook and Russian influence back in 2016, while mainstream media coverage and images of civilian suffering also play a role. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
This is Denny Gillum, host of Frontlines of Freedom, here to tell you about an amazing new book, The Miracle Man, written by a good friend of mine. It's a remarkable, true account of faith, healing, and restoration in the face of impossible odds. Through a harrowing series of events and miraculous answers to prayer, Bill receives a donor's heart with only hours left to live. His rapid recovery and return to normal life is a story that shows God's power to heal and his faithfulness in answering prayers. The Miracle Man is available online through Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and other booksellers.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or
the
online.
Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Details. Holiday spending off to a rather rambunctious start. Record numbers. From Black Friday to Cyber Monday. How's that happening when you're being bombarded with headlines about the gloomy economy? Kind of defying all the expectations. Numbers coming your way. First, get back to horse feathers.
I don't know about their numbers, but I know I was talking with the wife there a little bit there about, our investments and stuff, and she says they're all doing well. I mean, there's nothing wrong. We're making good money on our investments, and talking about what our taxes are going to be and what we're going to have to end up, we're going to be paying or where we're going to be at. And, all of our investments are, making money at this point. So, I don't know. So far, we're doing all right.
There you go.
Even with the big downturn they had, the stock market's come back up. And, the good thing about the downturn is that it looks like you lose money when it happens, but don't forget that your money's reinvesting at the lower amount at that time. So as it comes back up to where it used to be, you actually own more investment than you did before it went down. So you actually have more that came back up. So you actually end up a little bit back ahead. But anyways, that's a whole truck drive. The accounting from the truck driving, I don't know. You really believe that, Your Honor? I don't think I'd take the word of a truck driver for that. but maybe anyway. I don't know. But yeah. So I guess they're using AI now to try to help you choose your Christmas gift and write your Christmas cards, and because people aren't smart enough to do that anymore. One truck driver out here probably got proven it on this phone call that's not very, very good and creative and everything. But anyways, so the 10 roads deal, that kind of was a surprise. I hadn't caught that one yet, and of course we had a friend of ours that used to cruise with us there. I don't know if Lester is still in the cruising business at all since he's retired, but he used to be a mail contract carrier, and
right.
I almost think he told me that he did work for 10 roads at one time. He'd worked for a couple different carriers, but that was where he pretty much had his career, was hauling the U.S. mail, being a Pony Express driver.
Yep.
And so anyways, it'd be kind of interesting to maybe we can get a hold of him sometime and see what's going on. I've actually been meaning to try to give him a call just to see how things are going. And I guess at this time of year we should say Merry Christmas. So maybe I'll have to look into that later today. Maybe we can work that out and see what he's heard, and if he has any inside scoop there from being a part of that. But other than that, I don't know. As I say, that's about all I have to report there. Weather still hasn't really started, but the state of Maryland, they're right on it there, and they've been out there and put all the brine down and pre-treated and over-treated and mistreated and whatever else kind of treated you could do out here. If you remember, I think I told you last year there that the state of Maryland, I believe, developed the snow to salt ratio there to work out there, and its exact precise amount is somewhere around 3 inches of salt for every half inch to 1 inch of snow, I think is the way they worked it out.
Okay.
So anyways, you should be, anything going on in Maryland, you should be pretty safe there. And so other than that, well, I guess we'll have to wait for it to develop. And my day, I started today, and I got to shut it all down and finish it later tonight. So we're actually getting ready to back in the parking spot right now. So other than that, I'm going to go home, be home for the day, and not worry about it. And they were saying that all this stuff is supposed to be passed through by about 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So this isn't going to be any long, drawn-out event, whatever's going on with the wind pushing it through. It's going to be right in and out just through the daylight hours, and by 5 o'clock, everything's all supposed to be moved out of here and up the coast, and somebody else's problem.
All right. Well, enjoy your Friday. And of course, I guess he still got to move propane on a Friday night into a Saturday morning. So according to the report, consumers sure have a funny way of expressing their gloomy mood. For months, we've been hearing consumers saying, well, at least telling the pollsters anyway, that the economy is precarious. They can't afford anything. Buying conditions are the worst they've ever seen. Yet last weekend, we shattered expectations by opening our wallets, clicking online retail sites, filling shopping malls. The University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment Survey for November painted a portrait of unrelenting gloom. Sentiment, they say, plunged to the lowest level since June of 22. The current conditions index hit a record low. Most dramatically, buying conditions for large durable goods, cars, appliances, furniture, collapsed to an all-time low in that survey's history Bank of America economists noted the deteriorating views on personal finance, widespread affordability concerns. Both Democrats and Republicans reported feeling pessimistic, with lower-income consumers feeling meaningfully worse about the economy. Surveys suggested Americans thought prices were too high, uncertainty too great, the moment too precarious to make major purchases. So naturally, Americans went out and bought cars. Vehicle sales rebounding in November to a seasonally adjusted annual rate of 15.6 million units, up from 15.32 million in October. Sales increased 1.8% month over month. This happened in the same month when consumers supposedly believed buying conditions for large durables had never been worse. Auto sales are still down from a year ago, but this rebound is hardly consistent with the idea of a downbeat household sector. The Thanksgiving weekend shopping data tells the same story. Consumers defying their own pessimism. A record 203 million shoppers turned out over a 5-day period from Thanksgiving through Cyber Monday, according to the National Retail Federation. That's up from 197 million last year and topped the previous record of 200.4 million set in 2023. It also exceeded the National Retail Federation's own expectations by roughly 16 million shoppers. These were not window shoppers. Nearly all, 96%, made holiday-related purchases, spending an average of $337 in some change, which was up from last year's figure. Matter of fact, the highest figure since 2019's record. 2/3 of that went toward gifts. Both in-store and online shopping increased. Physical stores drew 129.5 million shoppers, up 3% from last year. Online attracted 134.9 million, up 9%. Black Friday remained the top shopping day, drawing 80.3 million in-store, 85.7 million online. But the real surge came in the days consumers supposedly aren't supposed to shop. Saturday drew 62.7 million in-store shoppers, another 63 million online. Sunday, after Thanksgiving, saw in-store traffic jump 27%, 32.6 million shoppers. Cyber Monday pulled in 75.9 million online shoppers, up from 64.4 million last year. Up more than 10 million over last year. Mobile devices leading the charge. 46.9 million consumers shopped via mobile, buying clothing and accessories, 51% of shoppers, toys at 32%, books and media, 28%, gift cards. These are discretionary purchases, not households desperately stocking up on staples ahead of some unexpected bout of inflation. By the end of Thanksgiving weekend, 84% of consumers had begun their holiday shopping, although they still had about half their shopping left to do. The National Retail Federation forecast holiday spending will top $1 trillion with a T for the first time. The pattern here, they say, is not new, but it's underappreciated. Consumer sentiment surveys have become more and more disconnected from consumer behavior. What people say about the economy and what they do with their money is telling two different stories. There's several factors driving this. Sentiment surveys capture emotional responses influenced by media narratives, political polarization, abstract concerns about the economy. spending decisions reflect personal circumstances. This doesn't mean the economy is perfect or that legitimate affordability concerns don't exist, but it does suggest consumer sentiment surveys have become poor predictors of actual consumer behavior. Apparently, Americans might tell the pollster they're worried about high prices and bad buying conditions, but apparently they're still out there spending that cash. All right, Scrap Guard got you coming up just ahead. Looks like Eagle joins us here on a Friday, and room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, we were talking earlier, our college picks. Steve and the Grump have Ohio. Big Ed, the prognosticator of prognosticators, says he thinks Indiana. But yeah, from the College Football Fans page, it's finally here, especially for Hoosiers. The matchup we've all been talking about and waiting for. The first ever home Big Ten championship game for Indiana University. Ryan Day versus Kurt Cinetti. The Hoosiers versus the Ohio State Buckeyes in Indianapolis. Which home field advantage? Big Ed typically gives an automatic touchdown to the home team, which I think is maybe one of his contributing factors to thinking Indiana's going to be able to pull this off. All right. Saturday night, 8 o'clock Eastern Time. Yeah, one of the biggest games of the weekend, Big Ten Championship. Hey, good morning, Scrapyard.
Yeah, it's this morning, brother, and all that. From me and my family to you and yours, and all our condolences, prayers, and love for Uncle Fred.
Thank you.
Got kind of going through some of that right now. I'm trying to get back to get this truck before it lays down back to the yard. Got an Amber check engine and Amber wrench slide on the truck. Trying to get to the hospital. My mother had a coronary event. She's in critical care unit right now. Got in our area, and so trying to get back. I just about got taken out. I got a hell of a story for you. On the way up to Springdale tonight, I nearly got put in a center meeting, but I was going to pass another truck, and driver just all of a sudden crossed the center line and just about running into me and about put me in the center median. And thankfully we didn't crash. And I was finally able to pass this idiot. Looked like a foreign driver, looked like a Pakistani. He's got a table set up between the seats, and on that table he's got cookers going. He's sitting there, we had the donut light on, had a spatula going, sitting there flipping his groceries, cooking dinner, going down the damn road.
Wow. And
of all things, I mean, some of the crazy stuff that we see out here, it's you haven't got to have your head on a swivel and all that. They really need to start delving into these people that have CDLs that shouldn't have them and get them out of here quickly and all that. Because God forbid it had been a school bus instead of me. There's no telling what would have happened. And with these ball games going on, of a night, there's a lot of school buses traveling now from the state of Arkansas. But these governors that controlling states that willingly knew about all the illicit CDLs going out, they should be hauled up on charges. And also, matter of public safety and all that, they should also be charged with domestic terrorism. If you violate the Constitution willingly and knowingly, then federal charges should be handed down. This is getting too out of hand, and it's like that where they stopped that truck down there. What at Laredo? They had 23 people in the sleeper. That was just a few days ago. Coming across our southern border and all that, and the driver had 23 people in the sleeper.
I'll be darned. Wow.
Yeah, it's getting absolutely crazy out here. But yeah, try to get this thing back to the yard and see if my personal vehicle it's acting up as well. During the last tornado that we had, I went in my disaster relief capacity, went and volunteered in the local area down around Miss Patty's house, and my car got flooded out, and during the heavy rains and stuff flying around and all that, trying to cut trees out of the road and get to people's houses and checking on them through the tornado damage. Well, my car got flooded. Now it just looks like I need to strike a match to the darn thing and start over. We'll see. Anybody out there's got any idea on a Chevrolet GMC pickup truck? Miss Patty's having trouble with hers. Keeps going into reduced power mode. And anybody have any tips and all that I might be able to use and all that? I guess just holler on the radio program. I'd greatly appreciate it.
And what year was it? What year was that again?
A 2003 GMC Sierra with a 5.3. It's a four-wheel drive pickup, and it keeps going into reduced power mode. We had to get her to the oncologist the other day, and that truck went into that reduced power mode while climbing over the mountains six times. Coming home, we didn't have that issue, but I heard someone say the possibility this ground's at the back of the engine, but there could be some other issues. So anybody with any ideas or a heads up with that year model GMC Sierra and all that, I'd greatly appreciate it.
Okay.
If mine goes down, and we'll have to depend on hers.
All right, we'll see what we can help you out with there. Well, Scrapyard, prayers for your mom there. Get to the hospital safely. Real quick, you mentioned these illegals behind the wheel. Several listeners had shared the video that popped up from CDL Live from Oklahoma, where the State Patrol shared dash cam video involving an unsecured load of tires being hauled by a commercial vehicle. The driver identified by troopers as a citizen of Kyrgyzstan. They shared the video day before yesterday. They're in US 69 in Pittsburgh, Oklahoma. The commercial vehicle hauling that load of loose tires lost part of its cargo. The dash cam from the police cruiser actually sees tires coming across the median wall and bouncing down the interstate into the oncoming traffic. The driver hauling the tires stopped and was identified as Katamali Bakabolat, a citizen of Kyrgyzstan. He did not understand English. Investigation revealed he's living in New York, where he was issued a CDL. They questioned his immigration status, and after consulting with ICE, they determined he did not have legal status in the United States. Surprise! Here's another arrested, transferred into ICE custody. He admitted he had entered the U.S. through Mexico.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is taking aim again at Somali immigrants and Minnesota Somali-American Congresswoman Ilhan Omar.
Speaking from the Oval Office on Wednesday, Trump said Omar should never have been allowed to become a member of Congress.
Somalia, what the Somalian people have done to Minnesota is not even believable.
Earlier in the week, Trump called Somali immigrants garbage. His comments come as ICE has reportedly started an immigration operation in Minnesota targeting Somali communities. I'm Tammy Trujillo. Radio.
President Trump says U.S. officials had a very good meeting with Vladimir Putin.
While talking to reporters from the Oval Office on Wednesday, Trump said U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Trump advisor and son-in-law Jared Kushner told him that the Russian leader gave the impression he wants to end the war with Ukraine. Trump said the U.S. has things already worked out well with Ukraine with regards to the plan. Earlier, a Kremlin spokesperson said the Russia-U.S. talks on a Ukraine peace deal ended without a breakthrough. I'm Mark Mayfield.
ESPN's Stephen A. Smith clashed with ABC's The View host this week over the Democratic Party strategy. Smith slammed a video urging troops to ignore illegal orders as reckless and criticized Democrats for overemphasizing cultural issues.
Willingness to cross the aisle and show that you're willing to work with people to get stuff done so we don't have this chaos just because we disagree.
Smith argued the party should focus on affordability, safety, and bipartisan solutions to win elections. Former CNN anchor Valeria Hoff DiCarlo has died at age 62 after a battle with lung cancer. Hoff DiCarlo, who worked at CNN from 1992 to 99, left the news industry amid controversy over private use of the N-word back in 2017. She has been survived by her husband and 2 sons, remembered by her family as a strong, loving mother despite the public scandal. Stocks closed mixed.
At the close, the Dow Jones Industrial Average was down 31. The S&P 500 gained 7. The Nasdaq rose 51. I'm Larry Kofsky.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
Austin police have ruled Texas A&M student Brianna Aguilera's death is a suicide. Aguilera fell from an apartment after a football tailgate. Authorities cited a digital note and prior self-harm comments. Stephanie Rodriguez, Aguilera's mother, disagrees.
My daughter was not suicidal. She loved life.
Police found no foul play, although her family continues to question the circumstances and calls for further investigation. Florida is rolling out an AI Bill of Rights aiming to protect residents' names, images, and likenesses from misuse in artificial intelligence.
This will be very far-reaching with consumer protections. It will do things like fortify some of the protections we have in place for things like deep fakes and use of explicit material.
Governor Ron DeSantis says it will also require human reviews of insurance claims and mandate attorneys disclose any AI use in legal briefs, ensuring accountability as AI grows in popularity. Hidden cameras have been found in another neighborhood in Southern California.
This time, small battery-powered cameras were found in the bushes pointing at a home in a gated community in Lakewood. The cameras were covered in fake green plants so they would camouflage with the bushes. It's unclear who put the cameras there and why. In the past several months, similar incidents have been reported in Palos Verdes, Torrance, Chino Hills, San Marino, and West Covina. In some instances, police have said the cameras were connected with South American theft groups. I'm Daniel Martindale.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Here we go. Final hour on a Friday morning. Saw a comment from Ford's chief executive officer, Jim Farley, actually praising the president for aligning the fuel economy standards with market realities. Said we're actually going to be able to make more affordable vehicles. The announcement was the president is scrapping President Biden's fuel economy standards, announcing on Wednesday standards that the former President Joe Biden actually finalized last year. The latest push to make it easier for the automakers to sell gas-powered cars. The National Highway Traffic Safety Administration proposed significantly reducing the fuel economy requirements for model years 2022 to 2031, requiring a 34.5 miles per gallon average by 2031, down from 50.4 miles per gallon, revising down the 2022 fuel economy standards and then proposing to hike them between 0.25% annually through 2031. So in 2022, under Biden, they increased fuel efficiency by 8% annually for model years 24 and 25, 10% for 2026. They're estimating the proposed rule will reduce average upfront vehicle costs by approximately $900, but would significantly boost American fuel consumption, reducing the rule for past years, which makes it much easier for automakers to comply for the period still being reviewed by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. It will also make drastic changes to the program, including proposing the elimination of the credit trading among automakers, and will end some credits for fuel-saving features. They said the credit trading was a windfall for electric vehicle exclusive manufacturers that sell credits to other non-electric vehicle manufacturers. President was joined by the CEOs of Stellantis and Ford Motors to tout this. Earlier this year, of course, he had signed legislation that ended fuel economy penalties for the automakers. Said they faced no fines dating back to 2022's model year. Ford's CEO Jim Farley again praising the president for aligning the fuel economy standards with market realities. We can make real progress on carbon emissions and energy efficiency while still giving consumers choice and affordability. GM's CEO, Mary Barra, noted at an event that before Congress blocked California's zero-emission vehicle rules in June, the auto sector was facing requirements in some states that 35% of new vehicles sold next year would have to be electric vehicles. We were going to have to start shutting down plants because we weren't going to be able to build and sell those vehicles. So there you go. Making progress. See if Eagle hanging in there here on a Friday morning. What do you say, Eagle? What's happening?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you loud and clear.
Hello?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, I have a telephone problems. Okay, yeah, I got some things to talk about, interesting things to say about this situation with Minnesota. You know, I don't go to Minnesota that much, Steve. I don't go to that state that much. I've been there, you know, on occasions, and didn't like what I saw while I was there. You know, in that area. You know, I went to the upper part of Minnesota, almost to Canada, and not too bad. You know, nice area, nice people. You know, good community. You know, no crime, no nothing. You know, you'd be surprised at what type of environment they have there. I was shocked when I got there the first time. But unfortunately, when you get to Minneapolis, Minnesota, St. Paul area, it's a different story, as you've been hearing over the last couple of days. Now, it's obvious, you know, we know about Fat Boy. He's probably one of the main reasons Kamala Harris didn't get into the White House. She did the Trump people a very big favor. And I'm not going to even mention the guy's name because you know who I'm talking about. She did Donald Trump a real big favor when she selected him. I was in shock, and a whole lot of other people were in shock. I'm not going to go over all the stupid things this guy has been involved. You know, going all the way back to the situation, you know, with the fires that broke out, and you know, after the George Floyd situation, we know this guy should have been out of Minnesota a long time ago. And the people who votes for, like I've asked you this question so many times on your show, who votes for these people? Who voted for that guy? I want to know who voted for that guy to be the governor of Minnesota. That's the question that needs to be asked, and why? Because he shouldn't be there to begin with. Same thing goes with the mayor. This other loser that's on the news that you see, who had the audacity to say what he said today. And then we go back to good old Omar. And I've asked you that question before. Who voted for? Who voted for? That's the question that needs to be asked. And who are these individuals? And as we come to see, we see who voted for it now. Now, the question is what's going to happen in this situation with her in Minnesota? That's the question that's going to be asked. These people need to be looked at. These people need to be looked at, and they need to be looked at very closely in that area. Because, see, like I told you before, Steve, I have no problem with people coming to America from other countries to better their life, seek better. But see what these people forget about is you have to leave your culture in the country that you left. You can't come to another person's country and expect them to go abide by your rules and go and do things the way you did in your country. Because see, if it's that way, you would have stayed where you was at. Just like people have said, if it was that great over there in your country, you shouldn't have left. So apparently, it wasn't that great, or you'd still be there now. It's just that simple. It's just that simple when it comes to people like her and other people. So she's basically not even worth talking about. But the problem I have is grouping people into one category. You know, like I said, Trump. You know, when Joe Biden did that during the election, all hell broke loose when Joe Biden said that people, you know, were garbage that supported supported Trump. Okay, so now Donald Trump made that same comment the other day about Somalian individuals. You know, some of those people are decent people. They came in the right way. They did the right paperwork. They did this. They did that. All of them are not garbage. But you have a few that are, and they need to be evacuated out of the United States as quickly as possible. Because you've seen, Steve, I told you this, and I'm going to continue to say this. I told you this months ago. Joe Biden and for Kamala Harris, for that matter, neither one of them should show their face in the United States of America ever again on the television for what they did to the U.S. for 4 years. Because we're still talking about these people, the repercussions of what they've done by letting all these people in the country that shouldn't have been in here to begin with. We'll probably be talking about this for the next 3 years until Trump leaves the White House, because it's going to take that long to get them out. Now, I want to talk to you about a video I seen today. Maybe you can go and check it out after I talk to you. Okay, Donald Trump has the ICE individuals. They're in New Orleans, Louisiana right now. Okay, there's an incident that took place today. There are construction workers on the roof of a house in New Orleans, Louisiana, and they have ICE people. They literally had to climb up to the top of the roof on ladders and arrest these individuals that were working in America, working here illegally, or so they say. They had to, one of the individuals tried to put up a fight with the ICE people. He tried to hit him with a 2x4 lumber. As the people came, these guys were at gunpoint. They had gunpoint at these people to trying to get these people off the roof. The guy refused to come down from the roof, and they had to, a big standoff took place, and they finally got him off the roof and down on the ground and placed him under arrest. Now, like I said, this all goes back to what happened, in the previous administration, and it'll continue going on, Steve. The truck driving, we can talk all night long about all the things that were affected from the previous administration, and we'll be dealing with this situation unnecessarily. It's really a damn shame. And then the truck driving deal, that guy was right about what he said. In Laredo, Texas, just above Laredo, they stopped the truck. I don't know how he was so dumb to think he's gonna get away with that. He was driving a bobtail. He was too dumb to get a trailer on the back of his truck. He had the nerve to try to leave Laredo, Texas in a bobtail with 25 to 30 people in the back of his sleeper where he sleeps at.
Wow.
And naturally they stopped the truck. And when they stopped the truck, they found all these individuals stuffed in the back of this man's truck. Now this guy's going to jail for a long period of time and, trying to smuggle individuals into America. And now he's ruined his life. His trucking career is over. Everything is over for this guy. So we still got a big problem going in America with the drugs and the illegal people, and it's gonna take a long time to get rid of this. But they are trying to get rid of this problem. That's the main thing, is that they're trying to stop it. And hopefully we'll see what happens in the future. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle. Good to hear from you this Friday morning. Have a great day. Have a good weekend. And we'll chat with you next week. It's the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
How about a Semper Fi shout out to the Knuckle Buster on a Friday morning?
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. My condolences to your family there, and prayers for all of you there. I thought he was going to tell us he used to live in Minnesota, Steve, but, you know, the registered voters put the governor of Minnesota in office, same thing with Omar. And Biden and Kamala have the same rights as you and I do, and I thank them for their service to this country. Now, Douglas Magoo and Cackling Kamala, please enjoy your retirement. The American puts you into the unemployment line. I got news for horse feathers. Christ was born on June 17th, 2 BC, and he died on the cross on April the 3rd of 33 AD. So, man, we've already had Christmas. But anyway, well, what are we going to call this? Happy St. Nick Day? Have a happy holidays. Would that work?
Whatever you say, Knuckle Buster. Every time you say that, somebody else says, well, you check your dates. You're wrong. I don't know.
No, I said it's based on NASA has already proven. They got a computer program, see, that can track the stars and the planets and everything back thousands and thousands and thousands of years. Research it yourself. Don't just take my word for it. You know, I read a thing on I thought it was Brother Rambler there at first, but it's a Methodist pastor in New York revealed last week he plans to transition into a woman, see?
Yes, that's a real story. Supposedly a United Methodist pastor or something and actually put a wig on in front of the congregation. I'm becoming a woman.
Oh, yeah. Well, he ain't woman enough for me. I can tell him that much. Hey, did you hear about Dolly Parton? She's announcing a rollout of Dolly's Tennessean travel stops. The rest stop areas will feature new and reimagined entertainment elements, Steve. She's at Tennessean truck stop. Where was it out of? Cornersville, Tennessee. And they're going to add some additional locations next year there. And this is the latest out of Oxford, Steve. Kiffin revealed that some Ole Miss fans created a rocky route to the Oxford, Mississippi airport. He claimed that a group of unhappy fans attempted to chase his car off the road. Oh, poor Lane. You know, I got news, too, that Lane is only going to last 1 year at LSU. and then he'll be fired or sneak off in the middle of the night to become the next coach of America's most hilarious NFL team, the Arlington Rancheros, a.k.a. the Dallas Cowboys, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. One of the country's rarest corns is slightly rarer than even experts thought, see? Just $1804 is going to bring in about $5 million, see? Wouldn't you like to have that in your pocket? I'd get bent, wouldn't it?
I wish I did.
Poor as we are.
What made it so valuable? Just the rarity?
The rarity of it, right. 1804.
Okay.
Goes a long way back. Well, let's get that simplified shout-out. Truck and Field, Captain Ron, Donut Man, all the Marine Corps brothers and sisters, and as always, our gracious host, Mr. Steve Summers there. Y'all get some Hot Shot Secret products, some Seville products, Steve Summers Overnight Drive products. Hey, Steve, did you know Scottish engineers have proven that the angle of the dangle is directly proportional to the tilt of the kilt? And if the stork is a bird that delivers babies, what is a bird that prevents them, Steve?
What is it?
The swallow. All right, that's all my baloney. I'm going to head for, I'm going to be working this weekend.
Are you?
I'm going to be heading for Las Vegas, Nevada, buddy. Now we're going to be running Dallas this week, so I'll be out there in Viva Las Vegas there Monday morning there, so I'm going to have to get it in gear tomorrow and get going there. All right, Steve.
Well, thank you very much. Make sure you stop by and do your due diligence, make your contribution to Las Vegas. You can't pass through without contributing to the next super hotel. Well, speaking of Semper Fi, there he is. Happy Casual Friday Coffee Up. Marty, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Stabil. Prayers for you and all the family and remembrance of your uncle there. We are at -3 to start things off. 28 for the high in Fort Wayne. 16 with the high of 30 for Newaygo, Michigan. And a big shout out to the Knucklebuster. Roll on, Knucklebuster, and all the veterans out there. It's another working Saturday for him as well. One more left in the year. Have a great weekend, everybody out there. Hey, only 20 days till Christmas. That is correct. Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. Hey, speaking of the ugly Christmas sweater, one of your favorite holiday offers is live, and you've only got today and tomorrow, Friday and Saturday. Go to hotshotsecret.com, spend $150, and get a free Christmas bundle, including the limited time only Hot Shot Secret Ugly Christmas sweater and a sheet of the Christmas-themed wrapping tissue paper, a great combination for gift giving. Again, this will apply to all orders of $150 or more. No coupon code necessary. But again, that ends on Saturday. So you got today and tomorrow. Get your orders in time for Christmas delivery.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. A New York Post report says people in Representative Ilhan Omar's political circle benefited from a massive COVID-era welfare fraud scheme in Minnesota, although Omar herself has not been directly tied to this crime. She told CNN why the fraud got so out of control.
I just think that a lot of the COVID programs that were set up, they were set up so quickly that a lot of the guardrails did not get created.
Dozens have been charged in the $250 million scandal, prompting new federal scrutiny and questions about how state officials allowed the fraud to grow unchecked. Hillary Clinton is blaming social media, especially TikTok, for young Americans' critical views of Israel, claiming misinformation is shaping opinions. Critics note her focus mirrors past concerns about Facebook and Russian influence back in 2016, while mainstream media coverage and images of civilian suffering also play a role. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
This is Denny Gillum, host of Front Lines of Freedom, here to tell you about an amazing new book, The Miracle Man, written by a good friend of mine. It's a remarkable, true account of faith, healing, and restoration in the face of impossible odds. Through a harrowing series of events and miraculous answers to prayer, Bill receives a donor's heart with only hours left to live. His rapid recovery and return to normal life is a story that shows God's power to heal and his faithfulness in answering prayers. The Miracle Man is available online through Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and other booksellers.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I mentioned the ugly sweater just in time for Christmas. Again, for orders of 150 or more today and tomorrow. But they do point out it's that time of year. Yes, where fuel quality, storage habits, additive selection really begin to make a matter. A whole lot more. And when you're running treated ultra-low sulfur diesel, blended winter fuel, are operating in fluctuating temperatures. Yeah, marginal conditions reveal themselves. Fuel flow, lubricity, ignition quality, they all tighten up. If you're running heavy equipment, towing, maintaining a fleet, idling in cold weather, you already know you got to stay ahead with the right winter additives. Saving you time, fuel, and wear. It's important the source products are consistently reliable and worth having on hand. As we look at some of these bitterly cold temperatures, and of course, forecasters tell us that this polar vortex, this is just round one. Yeah, another, possibly even colder round next week, a third the week after. Undoubtedly, you got to be treating that fuel. So, with Hot Shot Secret, the go-to winter diesel treatment for everyday use is the Everyday Diesel Treatment with Winter Defense. Improves cold starts, maintains fuel flow in freezing condition. It also boosts your cetane and improves lubricity to help your engine run smoother in the cold weather. And if you're in the really cold stuff, you start getting into that sub-zero, move up to the Diesel Winter Anti-Gel. It's a stronger cold weather additive for areas experiencing extreme lows. Diesel Winter Anti-Gel designed to keep that fuel flowing when temperatures fall below normal operating conditions. So lowers your pour point significantly for extreme cold, helps prevent frozen fuel lines and filter blockages, improving overall fuel stability and lubricity. HotShotSecret.com. Well, it's a Friday. Vic, how the heck are you?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good. My wife told me the day before yesterday that they decided they were going to have Christmas here, so we need to decorate. So I'm trying to figure out a good time to do the outside decoration right now. But you mentioned that about that additive stuff. I used to have a run that they would take me from Central Illinois down to Miami. I'd pick up trash paper up there at their, whatever it was, their junkyard, and then I would take that because it was ran by Miami-Dade. It was a government operation. Go back almost up to the very northern border up there and take that trash up to a mill up there at the northern border of Florida. They would load me up with paper, and I would go almost up to the Canadian border. And every time they did that, it seemed like I'd wind up with northern fuel. Then I'd go south, and they'd load me up with that southern fuel, and then I'd have to go back north again. And so why they did that, I don't know. But that was, I mean, I wasn't the only one. That was just the circuit that they had. So they always made sure we had plenty of treatment at that. And I don't know, that particular company, they had a lot of southern things. And it seems like if I was in the south, they would invariably send me north. I never did really understand why they did that, because the fuel is different and the treatment is different.
Mm-hmm.
I like going east and west, and New Jersey used to have the best diesel fuel around. I always got better fuel mileage with it, just ran better and everything. But I mean, I know that you knew that was coming with your uncle, but even at that, it's going to kind of be an empty spot. So my condolences to you and your family, and I'm sorry you're having some type of trouble there. But the stories, I had a couple of relatives that were morticians, and the stories that they could tell you. And as a matter of fact, I had a niece that died about 3 months ago, and they're still feuding over, as far as I know, they're still feuding over where she's going to get buried, because one family, the last family she was associated with, they don't want our side of the family talking to them, I guess. Her brother used to kind of keep me updated, and he just quit. So I really don't know how that goes, but it just makes life a lot harder. You know, have you seen that where that they just are putting people in cardboard boxes now and letting the earth reclaim them, which they quit doing that for health laws years ago, and I'm surprised that they brought that back. But one of the things that I was calling about was this constant attack on anybody and everybody in the MAGA movement, or what you want to call it. And I've seen a thing, I guess we yesterday or day before, they said that the Democrats and J.D. Vance were trying to smear Pete Hegseth, and I had to doubt the validity of that. I don't know why J.D. Vance would care, or somebody, trying to get Pete Hegseth's job or whatever. But, when we were talking about these people running around, especially senior military officers, talking about war crimes, and reporters picking that up. Now, they all have access to all that information about how the war crimes have to come about. And, you were talking the other night about we didn't recognize the International Criminal Court or whatever it is, but that comes from the Rome Statutes, I believe they call it. And we never did sign the Rome Statutes, but they kind of pulled a little funny on that because the United Nations, which we are signatory to, they have another version of that, which is similar to that in war crimes. But all that has to be ruled on by some type of a judgeship or something. You can't, and only certain people, that Mondani said he was going to arrest, was it Trump? He said he was going to arrest if he came to New York City or something or whatever. A city mayor does not have the authority to arrest anybody for war crimes. It's a very long, convoluted process. So that was, these people, they all know better, and the senior military officers, they might have went back to whenever I was in the service, but whenever I was in the service, they wouldn't even let them show Catch-22 or MASH on the base theaters because it was destructive to the morale of the military personnel. And the first time MASH was allowed on a base was at Elmendorf, where I was at Elmendorf Air Force Base in Alaska. And of course, since MASH is all about medical people, we went to see it, and there was a line that you wouldn't believe of military people getting in there because they wanted to see what was so bad about it. And whenever they got in, when they came out, they said, well, all that really says is to us is that they practice good medicine. They're serious about what they're doing and everything else. They just don't care much for military, some of the military procedures. Mm-hmm. And that's and that was just the gist of it. And I don't know if you've ever seen that, not the TV show, but the actual movie, MASH. That's just all it is. You just got to have a very good surgeon that's a little bit irreverent about things. It's just things that would happen like in a wartime situation. And Catch-22, that was, I don't know if you've ever seen that or read the book, but that was just kind of a off-the-wall major who told his clerk, said, well, if I'm in, you tell him I'm out, and if I'm out, you tell him I'm in.
Right.
So he didn't want to see anybody, So, but now they've got these senior officers that they know that it's their obligation to convey with clarity what they're doing. And it's fussing about the Venezuelan and the drug boats and everything else. If you look at all the treaties that have been signed and everything else, and that you have the right to prevent contraband from coming into your country, I don't even know where they're coming up with this supposedly illegality. Because I guess they even had a JAG officer that was in contact with that group that attacked those Venezuelan drug boats, and that's just one example that they just keep coming up over and over again. talking about all this. Well, this is wrong and that's wrong. MAGA's acting illegally, and they constantly coming up with this bit where they're getting these bad people out of the country, and they're saying, well, they're picking up kids at school. I mean, they constantly are sending out false information.
Correct.
It seems like reporting. It's just non-existent. Good reporting is just non-existent anymore, and I don't know what they did in the past or anything else, but whatever it was, it must have upset them a lot. And when you look at a map of the United States, the different places, you'll see more red that people voted, but yet the Democrats keep getting elected because they strategically selected certain locations, and the Supreme Court, they ruled against those minority districts. I think the 65 Voting Rights Act said that they had to make sure that they had those, but I believe the Supreme Court ruled against those, so that's going to be one thing, and that's why there's all this fuss about the redistricting. And, you could just see that all over the country when you break it all down. And the only way they're going to keep power is to keep all those different districts that they set up years ago, and the population has changed. So whatever it is they've done in the past, they definitely don't want it coming out, or they want to continue to drive this country, into the ground. And like there in the, Secretary Duffy there in the trucking industry, it's taken a while to get there, but he's beginning to zero in on the, I guess you'd say, the main propagation of a lot of these chameleon trucking companies and illegal CDLs with these training schools. Because a lot of those, they're put forward by different economic development groups. And I believe it's been a while, I can't think of the name of the trucking company. There's a mayor of Springfield, Missouri. He used to have a trucking company. I think he later got tangled up in some sort of, I guess, corruption or whatever. But, he's a mayor of a city, so he's going to be involved with economic development. So he's probably going to keep, wanting to keep drivers there anyway, anyhow, or whatever. So I don't think that the people that have set up a lot of, not only trucking company, but there was businesses. A lot of people were setting up businesses to go broke. I mean, if they keep going and they get into all that corruption, it will be quite interesting. And that's, that nobody really wants to get to the bottom of anything. And now then here comes Trump, and he's just taking apart piece by piece by piece. And every time I see Ilhan Omar, it just, my nephew that was a C-141 pilot and was flying those people back out of Somalia, there were also Russian planes there because my nephew he could speak Russian, and he would go over and talk to some of the Russian pilots. She didn't have to come to the United States. They were flowing her to Russia if she wanted to go. And then I think some of them actually got flown up to Maine. And because I knew some people in Maine that they said when they would come in there, they would, first thing they'd do is take all the doors off the kitchen cabinets and put up chicken wire and put the chickens into the kitchen cabinet. So
wow,
yeah. So
you can't make this stuff up, Vic, right? Hey, real quick before we get our final timeout, you mentioned the redistricting thing. It was actually the Supreme Court yesterday gave the big win for the Republican Party. When the Supreme Court paved the way for Texas to use their redrawn congressional map for the 26 midterm elections. In the unsigned order, the justices granted Texas' emergency request to block the 3-judge federal district court ruling that barred the map as an unconstitutional racial gerrymander. Texas is paving the way as we take our country back, district by district, state by state, says Attorney General Ken Paxton. This map reflects the political climate of our state. It is a massive win for Texas and every conservative who's tired of watching the left try to upend the political system with bogus lawsuits. The High Court said Texas is likely to win when the case comes back on the merits. In the brief order, the justices said the state satisfied the traditional criteria for interim relief and faulted the lower court for at least two serious errors in striking down the map. First, the majority said the three-judge court failed to apply the usual presumption that lawmakers act in good faith and instead construed ambiguous, direct, and circumstantial evidence against the legislature. Secondly, it said the lower court should have drawn a dispositive or near dispositive adverse inference against the challenges because they never produced an alternative map that would have met Texas' stated partisan goals without the racial features that they attacked. Now, they also leaned heavily on timing, given that Sunday would be the deadline for the candidates to file for next year's elections. All right, so big win for Texas this past day. Get a final timeout. We'll wind things down just ahead. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Well, obvious, in light of going back to the National Guard members that were shot in Washington, D.C. Apparently not all Guard members to date had been armed. I guess that has all now changed. All National Guard members patrolling Washington, D.C. are now armed, as missions continue in the nation's capital and other major cities. According to the War Department press secretary earlier this week, kind of dovetailing on the Trump administration's push to protect troops in support of public safety operations. But Wilson told reporters, I can confirm everybody in D.C. is now armed. She added that many Guard troops in D.C. are now conducting joint patrols alongside local police. Their safety, of course, is top of mind. We'll continue to make sure they're able to do their jobs, keeping all the great Americans safe across the country. National Guard missions will continue in Chicago and Los Angeles as well, despite last week's deadly shooting. Again, obviously following the two Guard members shot. Of course, Army Specialist Sarah Beckstrom, who died from her injuries. All right, as communities in West Virginia hold vigils for Beckstrom and pray for Wolf, Republican Governor Patrick Morrisey delivered a hopeful update earlier this week, saying that Wolf is showing signs of responsiveness but is still in very serious condition. All right, and I do believe somewhere down the line I saw a blurb where I think the president ordered flags at half-staff in memory of Sarah Beckstrom. I don't recall the timing on that, exactly how long. Of course, we also know here we are, the 5th of December, December 7th. The day that lives in infamy is also, a day where flags are supposed to be flown at half-staff. Keep that in mind this weekend. Meanwhile, we have to close it out there here on a Friday. Thanks for joining us this early morning. Have a great weekend. Safe travels out there. Stay warm, and I hope you'll come back at the midnight hour Eastern time here for our Sunday night into a Monday morning edition for the next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream